looking wonderful today and wearing your green. Happy St. Patty's Day. We are having our study session of March 17th, and we have a really loaded, super loaded agenda. But all good things, and we are going to start with item 1. Time has been set aside to receive an update on activities of the PAG Regional Council and the RTA Board. Mr. Manager, before I hand it over to you, I just want to note that, was it last week? Last week, the voters of Tucson and the entire Pima County voted for Proposition 418 and 419. I am very happy that the voters of Pima County decided to support 418 and 419. It looks on preliminary numbers that it passed in every jurisdiction, including the city of Tucson. It passed in every ward in the city of Tucson. So thank you to my colleagues, those that supported. Thank you to many supporters in the community, and of course the voters that passed this item. I want to uplift the community that as the City of Tucson representative on the RTA board, I requested an item in September that asking for the board to consider clarity on a citizen oversight commission and on reporting. And I also requested language at the RTA that be created that requires workers to be classified correctly, hires contractors who do not have recent safety violations, invest in workforce capacity, hiring apprentices, and has goals for local hiring. In December, the RTA board reviewed the changes that were made in the administrative directive that speak directly to the citizens' accountability for Regional Transportation Committee. So I just wanted to, again, congratulate the voters, congratulate all of us. There's work that, this is when the work starts. This is when the work, or in this case, continues. It's important that we provide clarity for the voters of Tucson, make sure that we continue moving forward expeditiously on the projects that were not completed in the 2006 ballot, and that we continue delivering to the voters of Tucson and really showing them that this investment will make a difference in the quality of life and their daily life. So just wanted to start by thanking our voters, and Mr. Manager, you can move on, jump in after this.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. As the mayor indicated, we're very excited about being able to not only keep the momentum going of the original RTA and get all of those promises fulfilled and those projects completed. Quick little roundup, we have Downtown Links is getting close to completion, and we have the 22nd Street Bridge has already begun construction, and a number of other projects related to that. So at the same time, we know we have a bunch of new promises, new commitments, and new investments that we need to get moving. And I'm confident that our team is going to be able to deliver. And I'm very confident that our relationship with the RTA is as strong as it's ever been, and probably stronger, and is going to set us up for success. With that, we're lucky to have with us today the Executive Director of the RTA, Mr. Mike Ortega, who I would like to invite to come up to the podium and just share a little bit, some of his thoughts about as we go down this path together.
Thank you, Mr. Manager and Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having me. What I thought I'd do, Mayor, I won't reiterate a lot of the things that you mentioned, because that you kind of stole my thunder about the cart and some other things. So first of all, I really need to acknowledge Mayor Romero's leadership in this effort. I remember sitting at that very table many times where there was a deliberation not only about the projects and the plan, but also whether we even wanted to stay as the City of Tucson in the RTA, and there was conversation around that. And so through that leadership, I think you see a plan now that's been approved by the voters that addresses the various needs around the community. One of the pieces that I wanted to bring to your attention, though, that I think was a late add, and it really was something that started here at the City of Tucson and then evolved into a public conversation, and that's the pavement rehabilitation. The mayor was tenacious in her support and really making sure that the plan included, at the time we were calling it pavement maintenance, but we needed to make a change there to make sure that we were within the statute. But that really resonated with people because I think that taking care of the existing infrastructure was extremely important. And so a shout out to you, Mayor. Thank you for that leadership, but also the support of the entire board and the mayor and council. I wanted to spend just a minute talking about some of the lessons learned. I think that's an important conversation to have. First and foremost, accountability is on people's minds across the board. That was one of the messages and one of the comments that we heard throughout was, hey, what about RTA 1? And oh, by the way, most of those projects are in the City of Tucson. What are you doing to complete those? You weren't able to do that for all the reasons that we know. We won't go over those. But what does accountability look like going forward? And so as the mayor mentioned, the Citizens Accountability for Regional Transportation, the CART committee, now has a direct line to the RTA board. That was not the case previously. So it wasn't just a reconstitution of that committee, but also reporting structure is now directly to the board. On a quarterly basis, they'll get together and look at the entirety of the RTA Next program. So it's not just roadway projects, but the delivery of the programs as a whole. And that has two facets to it. Are we on schedule? Are we delivering as we said? But also, what does the financial aspect look like, both on the revenue and on the expenditure side, to make sure that the projections that we used in the development of the RTA Next plan are in fact coming through. The other role that they're going to play is in terms of citizen input. That will be an avenue, a conduit for the board to receive citizen feedback and citizen input on all aspects of the plan. And one aspect of that is the 30% plans. You may recall from a previous conversation or conversations, the 30% plan development on a roadway project is kind of what sets the stage for moving forward. What we've done is we've instituted or infused, if you will, the CART as a part of that approval process or that recommendation to the RTA board. And so there'll be a robust public feedback and public conversation around some of those projects leading to that 30% document or plan set, which then goes to the RTA board. So there's a recommendation from the public and from the CART to the RTA board. Extremely important role going forward, and I think that's where we're going to have a lot of very robust conversations as time goes on. The RTA role has evolved very dramatically and very, very much different than what it had been before. Specifically, the RTA had not been in a delivery mode. We as the RTA had not been actually delivering projects or programs with the exception of Sun Shuttle. So it was really, we were the bank, the financiers, if you will. We were writing a check and saying, you know, go ahead and get those projects done. What the board has given me direction to do and the authority to do is to say, we as the RTA can assist and facilitate our partners, our jurisdictional partners, so that the delivery of those programs and of those projects is something that we can make sure is happening and happening the way that we told the voters it was going to happen. And if it doesn't happen for whatever reason, it's immediately escalated to the RTA board for resolution, up to and including having a conversation in the future with the voters, potentially going back to the voters if things are not panning out, like revenues or expenditures, or just pick it, right? There's an opportunity to go back to the voter after the 5th year and before the 18th year. We can exercise that if we need to, because it's important that accountability and that directness of where that delivery of that 20-year plan is and what's the status of that. And if we're struggling with that, there's an opportunity to go back and have that discussion. The other thing to keep in mind, as the mayor mentioned, the constitution of the CART, you know, with the 4 members that live in the City of Tucson, also have expertise. And there's a whole list of them in the admin code, which has now been approved and is online. But it has the technical expertise as well as public outreach, including public transit. And so those experts, if you will, those opportunities for those diverse voices to sit around that citizens group will be extremely important going forward. I mentioned the quarterly analysis, and I'll just suggest to you that the quarterly analysis is not just, hey, let's get together and throw a party because we did some really cool things the last 3 months. It really is an analysis of the entire program, so the entire 20 years. And that's hard because you're really looking forward more than you're looking back. Because we want to make sure that if we see a problem, we see a challenge, whether it's a utility relocation or there's a railroad crossing or some issue that's out there, that we make enough noise about that and start developing strategies for addressing that early, as opposed to in the 18th year or the 19th year. When I talk about working together, it isn't just in the project delivery. It's also in celebrations. I think you will see, as you saw at the 22nd Street groundbreaking, you saw the chairman of the Tohono Nation making comments alongside Mayor Romero, and you had other board members there. It's important that people recognize this is a team effort. It is important for everyone to see that we are working together. Now, the project delivery components will be us tied at the hip on the delivery. I'm pleased to report we've been working closely with Tim's staff and Tim. We have strategies for how there's no gap in service, right? But we can also immediately start moving forward with intergovernmental agreements and all of the bureaucracy, right? But one thing I will commit to you and I will suggest to you is that we will not be the holdup. I've told the staff we will not hold up projects, we will not hold up those services, up to and including, as you saw in Grant 5.6, we'll send notices to proceed even before we have some of those bureaucratic documents necessary, but we've got to make sure we keep moving. And what that does is it holds both of us accountable for getting things on agendas and getting them moving, as opposed to waiting and making sure that all the T's are crossed. We have to do that, but let's not hold up progress for that. The last thing I'll leave you with is, as a part of this robust accountability, there's also a need for us to have conversations like this with the entire region's mayor and councils, tribal governments on an annual basis, giving you a report so that you know and you hear directly from the RTA as to how things are going. What are some of the challenges that we've seen? What are some of the successes? And make sure that people keep it in mind. I think one of the challenges was people did not know the RTA as we went through this election effort. They did not know about the RTA. And so that's okay, because we had always taken a more subordinate role there. But here's an opportunity now to let people know, here's what we're doing, and here's what we're up to. And let's make sure that people are aware of the project. So you'll see a refreshed logo, you'll see a refreshed signage, you'll see a reimagined process for how we let people know. Our website, total reconstruction of the website to make sure that it's user-friendly, and information, all of these public discussions are very easily found on the website. So with that, Mayor and City Manager and members of the council, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to serve, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mayor. And if it pleases the mayor, we also have an image that we could show that shows the results of the vote from last week.
Yeah,
And when you
great.
see it, you can see just how regional this approval was and how strong it was across the region, including in every ward in the city. And so we just, this information will become more public as we go forward, because it takes a little while to assess things, but our GIS team did a nice job of just basically giving a quick snapshot of the sea of blue across the entire region, which was the voters' approval of RTA Next. With that, I turn it back to you, Mayor.
Well, I liked seeing Pima County in a sea of blue. I'm just saying. Thank you, Mr. Ortega, for coming to present to us. Really appreciate the immediate changes that we saw in the RTA as you took the reins over the organization. It was really something that, as you know very well, I had a lot of struggle with the RTA and the concerns that we all had as a mayor and council. It was my responsibility to take it to the table and still knowing exactly the value of working as a region. This is something that this infrastructure investment will help our economy and create jobs in a time where our economy is very rocky. And so I'm really happy that Tucsonans voted to invest in ourselves and that there's investments throughout our city in both investments in transit, and I was, have some questions in terms of the investments and how they're going to start rolling in, right? We had the pavement preservation investments. We have the investments for managing and operating the streetcar, which is about $2 million a year. We have a $2 million a year for safety and security for transit. And so I really want to know how can we jump in, Mr. Manager and Mr. Ortega, if you have an idea in terms of how the timeline is going to work to receive the funds for implementing these projects.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to take that question. So first and foremost, the transit element has three basic components to it, and I'll break them down. Excuse me. And for those of you who remember, I battle this annual cough, and so I've got that cough. It's back. So there's three components to the transit element, and the first is what I'll call the funding for the streetcar. That's basically a pass-through funding. That starts as early as April 1. And so what I've suggested to Tim and his staff is we will give a notice to proceed with that in a reimbursement role for now until the IGAs follow afterward. And so my expectation there is that there will be a transfer of funds down the road once the IGAs come in. So that's the first. The second is the safety and security. And I know that you all had a briefing a bit ago with some of the staff on some of the ideas and some of the strategies. What I've suggested there is let's agree upon a plan first so that we understand what we're funding, and then let's work on the funding piece of that. That's a $51 million investment in the plan, and so we'll break that down, and I'm going to take your lead, quite frankly, on a big part of that, because I think that'll be an important component. And then the third is that we'll call it the existing services and expanded services, and that's a longer conversation because that'll require a Title VI review and a potential change to some of the things that we're doing, or expansion. And I'm expecting that conversation will happen very, very soon with implementation in the near future, as long as it takes us to do the advertisement and get moving on that.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And what I would add to what Mr. Ortega just said is I include a fourth element of that transit being the development of the bus rapid transit project itself. Mm-hmm. Large capital investment that then also has an operating component to it down the road once built. We now have a clear path to go and seek the federal funding that's necessary to bring that. We've secured the local match. We've done our part. It's now time to lean into the federal government for their grant on that project as well.
And with the bus rapid transit, we've done a lot of legwork to prepare for that, right? Can you explain?
That's correct, Mayor. We had done an equitable transit-oriented development grant process where we looked at routing of that feature. We've done up to a 10% design for that. We've actually got a file open with the FTA to already know, they know about our project, they know it's coming. And so we're actually ready to submit formal grant applications for that and keep the work moving in the meantime. So when we look at BRT going into RTA Next and our positionality, we are years ahead of where we were with the streetcar going into RTA 1. So we should be able to see that moving rather rapidly as well.
Any questions from my colleagues? Councilman Lee and then Councilmember Dahl.
Well, I just want to say, Mayor, we are very lucky to have you in the role. Thank you so much for bringing our voice forward. We're lucky to have Mr. Ortega stepping into that role. I can't imagine what the outcome might have been had you not been there, and we're lucky to have the voters that we have right now. And Councilmember Barajas just sent me the breakdown by ward, and it was awesome to see every single ward passing, and amazing for Ward 1 and Ward 5. You guys carried a lot of the weight for the city. So just immense amounts of gratitude for where we sit today. And I think we're all sleeping a little better at night knowing that we're moving in the right directions. Just amazing work to everyone.
Councilmember Dahl, and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I am agreed that we're very lucky. I remember 4 years ago, excuse me, when I first came on the council, one of the concerns was we obviously weren't going to have enough money to complete the things. And I remember my colleague, Steve Kozacek, pounding that question to RTA. What are you doing about it? What are you planning to do about that? And there didn't seem to be any planning. Now, we were unfortunate in that there was an economic turndown and there was COVID. And in the next 20 years, knock on wood, I hope we'll be very lucky that we don't have a pandemic and very lucky that we don't have a economic downturn. But I would like to ask Mr. Ortega, have you started thinking about how we keep public and the other entities on PAG informed of this and developing Plan Bs and Plan C?
So I think your question, Mayor, if you're okay with me answering, Councilman Dahl, I think your question revolves around what happens if. Absolutely. So keep in mind that the revenue projections were on a pessimistic level. So that's number one. Number two, each of the roadway projects, which in my mind are the most risky in terms of potential overruns or cost implications, have between an 8 and 15% contingency built in. So that's the second piece. Now, the third piece is those quarterly analyses where we're actually looking hard at the entirety of the program and projecting out. And so if we start to see inflation or we start to see something that we didn't anticipate, we tried to anticipate as many things as we could, but it's impossible. At least we'll know ahead of time so that we are in the, say, 4th or 5th year and we see a problem in the 17th year. You have time to address that, up to and including going back to the voters. And so those safety nets, if you will, are built in. And the need for the Plan B and the Plan C will be a function of how catastrophic that possible challenge might be that we're facing.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, I don't even know what to call you now, just Mike. I, also been just feeling a huge sense of relief with the passage of RTA because, as was stated earlier, Ward 1 and Ward 5 have been in limbo for a long time in getting the safe streets and the mobility options that the rest of the city gets to have. So I am really grateful to, the voters who showed up. I am also very proud of Ward 1 and Ward 5's turnout. So I think it's a new chapter, for our
Ward 3 is like trailing Ward 5 and Ward 1. Ward 3 was 57.7%. Those are the latest numbers, yeah.
So I think
No, absolutely, it passed in every ward. But
it's a new day for our South Side communities, and I'm really, looking forward to continuing working, with Councilmember Barajas and making sure that we're doing right by our community. And just as was stated earlier, Mayor, thank you so much, for your leadership in this. I know we spent the past 6 years at this table, going back and forth on all our frustrations with the RTA and you making sure that you advocated for the city, that you codified the Citizen Oversight Committee in this next, iteration of the RTA, and then just making sure that our projects, came first and not last. And I also, trust you, Mike, and having been part of these conversations at the table, that you're going to do right by our community, making sure that it's a fair process and that investment that happens here. So thank you. I am just curious, Mike, Mr. Ortega, if you could briefly just share about the composition of the Citizens Oversight Committee, and then what's the process for getting that up and going?
Mayor, Councilor Santa Cruz, before I answer your question, I do want to say thank you, and I will speak for the mayor. I don't normally do that, but thank you for including Silver Bell Road on the list of rehabilitation projects, because both the mayor and I use that frequently, and thank you for including that. So what I'll do is give you a couple thoughts on the Citizens Accountability for Regional Transportation. That's the CART Committee. So it's a 15-member board that is made up of the 8 jurisdictional partners. So there's 8 folks that are appointed by the jurisdictions. In addition, so there's 7 members that are at large. 4 of those members, 4 of those 7 are City of Tucson residents. That's actually codified here. And then I'll just quickly read we'll call it the expertise of the membership that is ideal. And it's at least 4 of those members would have expertise in audit, finance, multi-project capital planning, project management, engineering, construction, land use planning, public outreach, public transportation and transit, archaeology, anthropology, habitat conservation, wildlife mitigation, or related project delivery experience. The current membership is set to, we'll use the term expire in June 30 of this year. So the members will have to be reappointed or new members will need to be appointed. Now, the way that the language works, the actual CART will stay in place until the board replaces them. So even though their terms have expired, they will continue to operate so we don't have challenge with quorum or those kinds of things. But I'll be sending out a note to the board saying, hey, here's a list of the current members, and what would you like to do in terms of reappointment or appointing other folks within these criteria?
Councilmember Cunningham?
I agree with the assessment that we're really lucky to have the people we have involved in this. But I think the outcome has nothing to do with being lucky. The outcome has to do with a great collaboration, a great collaboration with a lot of compromise. And I've been doing this a long time. What makes this RTA compromise unique is that usually when we have packages that we put to voters with a lot of compromise, there's too many poison pills. And we end up shooting ourselves in the foot. And that was my biggest worry about this package. So the fact that it did pass demonstrates that the voters were really engaged and really looked at it. And it actually tells us something about the great people we have in our community to pass this in this fashion, because they actually took an open mind. They agreed to some of the compromises in there. They were actually willing to listen to other people. And people who do that, that's what it's all about. And as we try to bridge the gap, we have so much division in the United States right now. And we try to bridge the gap to the idea that people can listen to each other, and that's what happened here.
Councilmember Barajas?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I may not have spent the last 6 years here around the table with you all, but I was in our streets, literally conducting community engagement. Many citywide, like Move Tucson and South 22nd Street projects, like Tucson Norte Sur, looking at the south end alignment and the north end alignment as well, Tucson Rapid Transit, and working alongside a lot of community residents, stakeholders, business owners, families, working families, and other elected officials like Ward 1, Ward 3, our mayor's office, and at that time, Ward 5, Councilmember Fimbres' office. And what I continue to hear from residents, that many projects, again, South 22nd Street in Ward 5 and Ward 1, is that these projects are long overdue. And we cannot afford further delays, so we must prioritize safety, equity, and the need. So many neighborhoods that we now serve, that I serve, the historically underinvested neighborhoods, I want to make sure that equity considerations help guide the funding decisions. And additionally, that those conducting community conversations and forums must reflect the diversity and lived experiences of the residents that live here in these neighborhoods, that they're at the forefront of the conversation and help, guide us. And I also would like to see more room for the complete streets model, specifically in Ward 5 and Ward 1, and more green, gray stormwater infrastructure projects like what we experience along South 12th Avenue, climate responsive multimodal advocacy within these projects. And I did have a question, if we can layer on additional funding for roadway corridor element projects to add on more multimodal safety features moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Tamir?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Barajas. Yes, we can layer additional funding on top of RTA funding for any of these projects. We've done that in the past on some of our recent completed projects, and we certainly could look for opportunities to do that moving forward.
Any others? Councilmember Schubert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honorable members of the council. Just got to speak up for my Ward 6 people. First, I really want to acknowledge, Mayor, your leadership, and I'm also so happy, Mike, to have you in your position and to have heard you speak with such specific knowledge of the RTA about the different areas of concern. You verbatim named some things that I had on my list. The CART membership and structure, the revenues and expenditures, the focus on transparency, the 5-year review. These are all things that we have heard repeatedly from our constituents in Ward 5. And I feel very lucky to be sitting here at the table. You know, as you said, Madam Mayor, it's just the beginning of the work. Campaigns end when there's an election and a vote, but after that, it's up to us to follow through and ensure that things unfold in a way that is faithful to the people that we represent. And it wasn't easy. We represent different perspectives around the table and around the region. In Ward 6, we stood out as having a narrower vote margin in terms of passing, just 4-point and 2-point differences. So that leads me to feel a deep sense of responsibility to come here and to collaborate with everybody who's involved to ensure that, you know, we remain committed to transparency in public process, accountability in project delivery, proportional representation for Tucson at the regional decision-making table, and safeguarding our safety and transit investments. So again, I feel lucky to be here for the work and lucky for the leadership that we have here, both in the city of Tucson and in the region, and looking forward to future conversations as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ortega. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I am, again, as the Vice Mayor put so well, relieved that the voters of Tucson and the region approve these funding. And I'm really looking forward to the work that we now have to do. Happy that I think the City of Tucson Mayor and Council was the only jurisdiction that had such important communication amongst each other at the table. For me, it was invaluable to be able to take all of your perspectives and your advice and your priorities to the table when we were putting, you know, these plans together. And there were many iterations of the plan that many times I said no to. And so the last plan that was approved last week by the voters of Tucson and the region, for me, seemed to be the best plan that we were able to build consensus around. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the work. I, too, am very happy that Vice Mayor and DTM decided to add Silver Bell Road to the pavement preservation projects, because I drive it every day and it needs it. And I think that's why at the end of the day, voters voted to approve this initiative, because it has a good investment in all of the areas that we need. So from expansion at Marianne Cleveland Way to investments, incredible investments in Drexel Road, investments we haven't seen in decades, including a bridge over the Santa Cruz on Drexel, investments in Ward 5, 22nd Street. I'm anxious to start the work. Bus rapid transit is a game changer, just like the streetcar was for downtown. Bus rapid transit system from Tohono Tadai through Stone into downtown, all the way to Laos. The possibility exists. So really happy to do this, and I'm anxious to get to work and make sure that we, that we do discuss our appointees to the Citizen Oversight Commission, and put people to work. Because at the end of the day, this is also putting lots of people to work. So muchas gracias, and we move on to item 2. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Alrighty, so item 2. Time has been set aside for an update on the fiscal year 2026 budget and discussion of the fiscal year 2027 budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. For today's study session, we're in the middle of budget development. There's really no decision-making for today. We're really giving you a snapshot of where we are in the process and then some reflection on the various engagements we've had with the public over the last 6 months about the budget process. So you're going to hear from our Assistant City Manager and CFO, Anna Rosenberry, but you're also going to hear from some of our directors about where we are in the process and what our lessons learned are so far as we bring a package to you in April. So with that, I will turn it over to Anna and the team.
Thank you. Thank you. Members of the council. So to kick off the conversation today, wow, that skipped forward fast. As promised from our last session, we have delivered an updated financial forecast that includes years beyond the year that we're planning the budget for. So this spreadsheet that we work off as a planning tool has gotten a lot more complex, looking at future years, fiscal 28, 29, 30, and 31, to see the impacts of how the budget that we're developing for 27 might grow and play out in future years. Is it sustainable? This forecast will continue to evolve over the next month as we work to bring you that balanced city manager's recommended budget. One of the things that is detailed in the memo that we start talking about first is our revenue projections. We have taken the time within fiscal 27, and we further refine those revenue projections. We're projecting at expected recent trends, and at this point, this plan doesn't account for any risks of continued or further economic downturn or possible shifts in federal funding, trade policies, those types of things. And that is a bit of vulnerability for us that has us needing to continue to monitor economic trends and really favor maintaining recommendations and putting together a budget that has fiscal flexibility, maintains options for us as we move into the upcoming year. On the expenditure side, within the preliminary budget column that we're developing, again, we continue to focus on incorporating those employee investments. Year 2 of the 3-year compensation plan that we had put together continues to be incorporated into our projections, as well as amounts for what we're calling unmet needs. And incorporated in your materials for this study session, you also received the schedules of those unmet needs that were requested by departments this spring, the amounts that we are currently labeling as tentatively approved or incorporated into our projected budget, and those that are not tentatively approved. You can see all of those details. Where that leaves us with our revenue projections and preliminary expenditure projections on an operating level is that we continue to have a deficit. When we reported to you in February 18th, we were preliminarily forecasting a fiscal year 27 deficit of almost $64 million. We have closed that gap quite a bit with the work that we've done since the 18th. That projected operating deficit for fiscal 27 is currently estimated at 28.9, approximately $29 million negative operating. That's still not where it needs to be. It needs to be at zero or to the better is where we want to recommend a budget. So there's still work to do, but we have made a lot of headway, and we still have a number of weeks before we will have a recommended budget in front of you. How we were able to close that gap, we've detailed for you on page 2 of your memorandum. And as I said, our projections will continue to evolve as we work towards bringing forward the city manager's recommended budget. The result, bottom line that we're looking after we take those operating impacts of the budget revenues and expenses, add all of our one-time spending investment plan items, we get to this bottom line result that we also talk about frequently with mayor and council, and you'll see at this point in time, it's trending very negative in the future years of the plan. So that's not where we're going to be when we bring back a recommended budget. Just wanting to continue to track on how this tool helps us get you a balanced, sustainable recommended budget each year. The other item that I have for you, as the city manager alluded to, we've got a lot of great information for you today, and we're joined by many department leaders to have a conversation about our strategic budget analysis, the Prosperity Initiative, and our Fall Community Budget Engagement Housing Initiative projects. We'll kick off those presentations in just a minute. I did want to let you know and let the community members know that we have two upcoming efforts for community budget information sessions, as well as an employee engagement event happening tomorrow. So we will be coming to the community with 5 different information sessions. After the city manager recommends a budget, we'll be presenting that recommended budget to the community, both virtually and in person. Many of those, they're listed up on the board for you. We'll be doing advertisement about that, 3 in-person events, 2 virtual events, so that the community can hear more of the details about the city manager's recommended budget. And then we will be holding our 3rd employee budget town hall tomorrow in a virtual format. First time we've done a virtual format for that. We've had a request for it, so I'm hoping that we'll continue to expand and include, or expand the number of employees who are included in participating in that event. So with that, I am going to turn this presentation over to our Chief Equity Officer, Larice Walker, who is going to kick off these next 2 presentations. Larice?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. This marks our 5th year doing the strategic budget analysis process, where we've had the opportunity to work with our department directors and have them take a deeper look at their budgets and their budget allocations to, have a deeper reflection of their budget priorities and their impacts on our most vulnerable or underserved populations in their communities. And through that process, we've also had the opportunity to support them to look at the Prosperity Initiative, which is something you all adopted a couple of years ago. And in alignment with that, this year, we've taken an opportunity to reflect on last year's fiscal year's strategic budget analysis and help the department directors align that with their budget analysis and help figure out what priorities aligned with the with the Prosperity Initiative as well. So today, you'll have the opportunity to hear from several different department directors, including our Department of Transportation, our Housing and Community Development Department, our Tucson Police, Public Safety and Communications, and our Public Defender's Office. So with that, I'd like to invite up our first speaker. So Jen, please take it away.
Hello, glad to be here. Thanks, Larice, from wherever you are, beaming down into this room. That's pretty special. So already today, we've talked about equity and the importance of that as a value in how we're allocating our budgets. And I would say that it has been exactly what we have found in the years and the multiple years that we've been able to use this strategic budget analysis tool. It's given us a focused reporting framework that allows us to kind of cross-check the things that have been put into place, aligning our values, our transportation investments that lead to the things we're building in the community for the people who need them and we'll use them. It's been enlightening to be able to take, for example, the Move Tucson equity analysis that was developed as part of our first ever long-range transportation plan adopted in 2021. In that plan, we identified ways to prioritize projects and select them using things like the equity analysis tool, which is a GIS application, allows us to put that over a map, and we can identify that with our US Census areas, all telling us important things about the needs in our community. We have been able to now use the Office of Equity's Equity Priority Index, the TEPI, and with that, sidewalk, bike boulevard, ADA improvements, and traffic calming initiatives are all part of that assessment. As we pre-plan projects, we use tools like Remix and Census Bureau data to analyze who's living in the areas, what nationalities and languages they speak, and this allows us to actually do a bit better planning for the outreach, helping us meet our Title VI requirements as well. We mentioned Tucson Norte Sur, favorite project of mine. And this intentional engagement for the project is an example of how we can learn better about the areas that we're working within in different ways, obtaining information directly from them about their lived experience in those areas and the needs that they have. This one example from that has allowed us to directly understand the sidewalk connectivity that's needed along that future high-capacity transit line, and is impacting our transit planning that way. Additionally, DTM is working to create an accessible community where people aged 8 to 80 are able to move around our community easily. That's our goal. Our boards, committees, and commissions are important to identifying and vetting investments, and the Commission on Disability Issues, CODI, is one such group. And one of the things that we've been doing is not only meeting with them, but also providing a seat for their membership on our other DTM-focused BCCs that include the Complete Streets Coordinating Council and our Tucson Transit Advisory Committee. With respect to the prosperity policies, two really stand out as having that strong transportation nexus, the prioritized transportation options to connect vulnerable communities to jobs and resources, as well as improve quality of life and opportunity in high poverty areas. The selected projects that are up there on the screen are just examples of how the shared mobility options there, how we can locate them, how we can make them easier to use by the folks that want to use them and get around. And with that, I will pass it on. Who's next?
Next, we have Housing and Community Development Director Chineka.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council. So I don't think it's any secret that the work that Housing and Community Development does is to support Tucsonans who are experiencing vulnerabilities. So all of the activities we do are focused on advancing Mayor and Council's initiatives related to equity, related to alleviating poverty. And so we do that in many different ways. So yes, we do use data and different software systems to track key data. That quantitative data is really important. We use it to determine eligibility, to help when we're going after grants, to inform the programs that we administer, and really to look at where we can create efficiencies and better support our community. One thing I do think that is important in mentioning, though, yes, I love data, but it's important to also talk about the qualitative data and talk about the families we serve. So the numbers matter, but so do the individual stories. And that's something we've really worked on the last couple of years, is better communicating how the work we do impacts the community. And so, as I mentioned, everything we focus on really does try to address and reduce poverty in our community. The main thing that we do is we provide housing and housing assistance and to low-income families in Tucson. We know that having a roof over your head is foundational for everything else. And so the work we do across the board aligns with the different policy initiatives. So for increasing housing mobility and opportunity, as I mentioned, that's everything we do. But some additional items is the People, Communities, and Homes Investment Plan, better known as PCHIP, where we provide funding to nonprofits who are working to address poverty. We also have really increased our resident services over the past few years, and those are dedicated staff that provide case management and connect our residents and our voucher participants and those in our shelters to wraparound services. In terms of improving quality of life and opportunity areas, over the past 5 to 8 years now, we've been focusing on our Thrive zones and really trying to concentrate investment in key areas that have historically lacked investments. We also created an opportunity tool which helps identify areas where siting affordable housing makes the most sense. It's higher income areas, it's areas that are service rich, and that helps when we're looking to locate affordable housing developments. We obviously focus on improving housing stability. We support Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness that is geared towards trying to get people into housing. And then our Housing First program runs a large permanent supportive housing program. And then finally, we are focusing on trying to increase income for our families. We do that through different ways. I mentioned our case management, which is really focused on providing employment opportunities for those we serve. And then we have 2 programs that specifically are focused on income. Our resident opportunities self-sufficiency programs that supports our public housing residents, and our family self-sufficiency programs that supports our housing choice voucher participants. So in summary, both equity and alleviating poverty are key goals and things that each CD works on every day.
Next, we've got Tucson Police Department and Chief Prieto.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. I want to talk about the Tucson Police Department and its proactive efforts to stabilize our community, to all members of our community. And I'll highlight some of our public dashboards that show our commitment to transparency and accountability. I'll speak first about our reported crime dashboard and our VIVA dashboards, which tracks our progress and it tracks crimes that are reported, and you can look it up by ward office, by sectors in the city. And it really empowers our community members to track what your police department is doing and what types of crimes they're responding to. And like I mentioned, it does break down information through demographics of victims and offenders. We do have an internal dashboard with Suntran and the Tucson Police Department, and that helps us to identify any incidents or calls for service that occur within 25 feet of a bus stop or a transit center. So that helps us identify key areas where we need to utilize some resources to ensure that we keep those spaces safe. Many of you know our unreported crime survey was sent out. We partnered with the University of Arizona on this. And it wants to identify and ensure that we are measuring our trust and legitimacy when it comes to crime being reported, and when crime is not reported. We want to understand why crime is not reported. And so University of Arizona sent out the survey to 375,000 households in the region, and it also worked with 2 nonprofit groups to ensure that we focus on some of the areas are underserved, to include the undocumented and unsheltered populations. Those two nonprofits are Intermountain Centers and Chicanos por la Causa. I want to talk about the cost sub grant as well, and the multi-agency effort that we undergo. We have a case manager that's embedded with our core unit to ensure that we're working with the health department, with our community service, health and wellness, and also our Tucson Fire Department, and utilizing data to identify those most at risk when it comes to overdoses. And that way we can provide some preventative measures and intervention measures for that. Moving on, next slide, please. When it comes to prosperity policies, I'm going to focus today on our workforce development and also the crime reduction and prevention. I can't reiterate and thank you enough for the $100,000 to our recruiting efforts this past year. We've seen a 50% increase in our applicant pool with our sworn. We are invested in ensuring that our workforce is diversified. As you know, we have CSOs, community service officers, professional staff investigators, analysts that are embedded in our department. It's not just sworn. Some of the key numbers that I'll talk about today are our professional staff investigators. It is made up of 80% females, and our entire sworn population for department members is of Hispanics is 40%. So just a couple of key numbers I wanted to go over. I know I didn't have much time today, but our Viva sites also, I want to reiterate that when it comes to our Viva sites and those 4 sites in the city that we identified to have the most gun crime in the city, we have seen a 60% reduction in all violent crime, which is key, and that's using our strategies that we use, our problem-oriented precision policing strategies and other crime reduction strategies in those specific areas. And it's really concentrated on those underserved areas and allows us to work with the apartment complexes, managements, businesses, and schools and businesses in those areas that have been identified. Our violence prevention coordinator, Brittany, you've heard her speak about the Goodwill program and the great work that she's doing with the Goodwill program, The Village. We did receive a grant recently from the Tohono O'odham for $50,000 that will help us give job training to 33 young individuals. That's 100 hours of job training for them. And as you know, we refer young folks between the ages of 12 and 24 who've been victims or involved in a violent crime in Tucson and try to get them in the hands and the resources to help prevent any further harm. So just a few ways in which the Tucson Police Department works at providing services equitably amongst the city. Thank you.
Next, we've got Public Safety Communications Department and Director Garcia.
Morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about some of the great things that we do at the Public Safety Communications Department. As you know, we're kind of the middleman and the epitome of everything that things come in. And so we really focus on being aware of our community and intentionally being inclusive because it really depends, it really matters how people can connect to us, right? And that's the way that we become accessible and the way that we can provide our services. We do that in multiple different ways. When we look at our offerings and our accessibility, we look at on the 311 side, we utilize a CRM platform. Right now it's called C-Click Fix that allows multiple different avenues for the community to report citywide issues or department-wide issues to the city and have a one way to report anything that they need to the city. And then we also utilize, of course, you all have heard of our CAD, computer-aided dispatch system, and that is really a wealth of data collection in and of itself. It's a universal tool that we can use, including our 311 folks, to see what's going on across the city and really across the region that collects a ton of critical data that we can use and that we share, and it really feeds the process for our police and fire partners on kind of where things are happening and what's happening and the criticalness of it. And we can combine all that information and we can compare from those two sources to the city's equity index and other tools to see where things are happening, where underserved populations are maybe most at need, and how that really impacts the city and what services may or may not be getting delivered to those areas, and allows us to provide that information to our partners. And we are really all about partnerships and collaboration and the different departments we can work with. The other thing that we use and leverage immensely is the next-gen 911 phone system and the way it comes in and the information that we gather for it. And that is continuously growing in the way those tools that develop and the information that that is giving us, and the access to information from the public that we can get from that is continuously growing, and different tools that we can bring in helps us get information like location. It builds in transcription and translation services, also things like video and text to 911, so that people who have different abilities can get access to us. When we move into how we serve the prosperity policies, there's two that stand out, although we cross multiples. But the first is improving the quality of life and opportunity for poverty areas. One is we really started and worked through the MD Ally and telehealth option for 911 callers. This is a much lower cost option for folks that are in difficult areas, one who maybe don't have primary care providers, and whose maybe only option, especially once you get an ambulance to the scene, is to go to the hospital. That's thousands and thousands of dollars and lots of time wasted, and a resource when maybe you only need a prescription refilled or a minor medical issue resolved, and we can get them in direct contact with a medical provider who can resolve needs right now at a much lower cost. And then we also have, through the 311 community access to various different city services and partner providers, and that's where we really are that middle person, and partnership has really become a core value for us. And how many different ways and things can we connect dots for people? We don't provide the end services, but we are just a staple of partnership. And that's included in the crisis specialists that we have embedded with us. So we have people, and we hear it all the time, people in crisis on the streets, and you send a police officer or firefighter, they don't have the ultimate answers, and that's not, that oftentimes just doesn't serve the need. And having our crisis specialists in the facility who can get different resources and can talk people down are really essential to some of the different ways that we provide services that people don't regularly have access to. And then when we talk about our prioritizing workforce development and underserved populations, we really work hard and strive to bring in people who, one, represent our community, and people who maybe wouldn't have thought about the city or different places in the city as opportunities. We work with San Miguel, we work with JTED. We are really low barrier entry. It's a typing test and a high school diploma or GED that it takes to get in with us, and we will coach you through a typing test, and we work with JTED regularly. We work with many of the different organizations out there. You have to have a clean record too, and that's actually essential to us, because we know a lot of the people that come work for us want a job maybe in police or fire, and they've got to be a little bit older and have some more experience to get there, and we can be that gateway. We're happy to be that. We're happy to help them build a career with the city of Tucson, and we also have a career ladder for us, and it's been so rewarding and so fulfilling over the last several years to see our retention turn around and help people grow and have a career ladder built in, to see single mothers who were struggling, working multiple jobs, and have now purchased homes, and people that are, we have, I think last time I saw 18 or 20 people working on degrees and getting education that they thought was unattainable. And we encourage that, and we work with people regularly to improve their quality of life and to improve their financial capability, and we're a great starting point for that. So thank you all, appreciate it.
And next we have the Public Defender's Office and Public Defender Mary Trejo.
Come to the tall mic.
To the tall mic. I'm growing. Thank you, everybody. Honorable Mayor Romero, I don't know where she's at, she's behind, and members of council, I'm very excited to tell you about where we've been, where we're going, and where we're headed. It's been very exciting to see the Public Defender's Office morph into an agency where we're not just worried about people's criminal charge, you do your time and you're done. Now we're looking at the whole person, and we're trying to prevent we want them to be in a happier, healthier environment. We want to give them the tools and the resources so that way they can become law-abiding citizens. Also, our goal is always to have our clients who speak really well and are convincing to be a peer mentor to others who are in the same situation, which that's huge. So where we were at, and it wasn't until Larice had this conversation with us, because I'm with Ann, everything that we do is to help our community members, and everything that we do is in equity. You know, we don't pick and choose, we are appointed, but we will never turn anybody away. If anybody comes into our office and they need help with food, they need referrals to another agency, their lights are gonna get turned off, we want to help them as well. So we have morphed into something more than just taking care of your criminal case, which I think is huge. So we currently have a case management system where we monitor the old-fashioned way, you know, of how many cases did you close, how many felonies do you have pending, and because of your support, we are now, along with the prosecutors, we are getting a new case management system. With that new case management system, we will be able to do a better job in tracking all of our equity analysis, and we hope to have a dashboard where we can track more of the age, gender. That wasn't something that we were focusing on because we just do it because it's the right thing to do. And again, as I said, we don't turn anybody away, or we try not to. Even though we're not appointed, Judge, don't get mad. But we try really hard to help our community members in doing everything they do. One of the big game changers for us was getting the care coordinators. That was huge because in terms of the attorneys, we were doing an okay job. We were doing better than okay in terms of working with the providers and trying to get our clients connected, trying to get them housing. But we didn't understand how to maneuver a system. Their access was closed for some reason. We couldn't find out why. But having the care coordinators has helped us so much in terms of helping our clients. They are focusing on the whole person, not just the criminal charges, as I'd mentioned before. And also now we are working with community court, and we hope to include community court in a dashboard with our new system so we can track how did they get referred into the agency? What was the final disposition of the case? Where are they now? And we're also looking at recidivism as well. So it's been a challenge. It's been because now I have partners here at the table who are thinking the same things that I've always thought. I've always wondered, well, okay, they're going to do their time. They do 100 days in jail, and then what? So now we're working on the and then what? And that helps our community members. And it helps our clients, their families, and, somebody at a grocery store, because the clients keep going back. So it's helping everybody in the community. So now if we look at the prosperity policies, we have done a lot. When Larice kind of forced us to look at all this, we just do it because it's the right thing to do. But in terms of we are involved with the jail population release group on the felony level, so we coordinate efforts. We work closely with other departments without even, I never in my wildest dreams would have thought, why am I working with a housing person? But we have been really networking, working with housing, working with TPD. And again, the big key is our care coordinators. In terms of the preventing and reducing crime, they work really hard with discharge jail plans. And again, it comes back to, okay, you do your time and then what? So what some of that includes is transporting people to community court or to your provider, because it's hard, for us who have transportation, we don't think about how hard it is to take 5 buses to make that appointment in 2 hours. It's not gonna happen. So with the people at the transition center, they have been helping us, and we've been coordinating and working with all of that. So that has been also a game changer. Also, we've been working really closely with the treatment providers, and the treatment providers and our care coordinators have been doing a phenomenal job. Trying to hurry here, Tim. They also, with our care coordinators, they're able to help people with their access eligibility, which was also a big deal. It doesn't seem like it is, but it is. Because when they go into jail, and if they're a certain amount of time, their access gets turned off. So now our care coordinators are able to help them, and then the continuum of medication is important, and that all helps. Again, I just wanted to thank everybody here for having the same or mutual vision and helping our community, and especially our clients, because sometimes they don't know they want the help. We're just helping them, nudge them that way. So I thank you all.
We're going to move right into filling you in on, and sort of a recap from our department leaders who were a part of our community budget engagement on the housing equation. Larice, you want to introduce this?
Yes, thank you. First, I just want to say my heart is super full. That equity work is transformational and not transactional, so that's just a testament to that. I remember pushing our directors to collect the data, so it's just cool to see the theme of it showing up in their strategic budget analysis. So kudos to all of them and all the hard work. So thank you all for that. Yes, so moving on to our housing equation budget forums from this fall. Shout out to Laura Sharp and Sarah Sherman from my team. This was a heavy lift and couldn't have done it without them. You guys can find the full report of this feedback on our city's website under the budget office webpage. And if you go down to the budget forums, there's a link that clicks to the full assessment report, and it's a PDF that you can download. Here we have a team photo of all the folks that was a part of that planning session, so feel free to check it out. Here's an overview of what we've heard from folks who've participated in the discussions. And I won't read verbatim from every single one of these here, but you'll be able to see that there is just a top few themes here that folks have talked about from different residents. Folks, really wanted to see that there was, from community safety and health and wellness, folks talked about, there was some gaps that they've seen from success stories that they wanted to hear more about. Folks, okay, the services that you did provide, we want to know what happened to them afterwards. When you think about the Housing and Community Development Department, folks wanted to know more about middle housing, especially since that was a new topic that was coming up. And then they wanted to know more about eviction prevention and, affordable housing, and what's the disconnect between truly building that, and how are we going to close the gap between the lack of new development and the need of housing development that's needed for folks. So there was just some of those themes that kept coming up. When you look at the one for Tucson Police Department, this was a conversation that a lot of folks wanted to know about the officer staffing and availability and response time, funding and funding constraints, and how we were responding to that, and what were the reporting procedures. So there was a lot of different things that was coming up, a lot of good, healthy dialogue and conversations that were happening at the table with the community residents and our staff. And then the last one for planning and development services, some of the themes that came out of here was looking at zoning and permitting, and what was those guidelines and those restrictions. Here, a lot of folks wanted to know a little bit more, are there trainings, are there classes, is there community forums or educational opportunities for residents and neighborhood associations to learn more about it, and what is it like to go out for a permit, and how do we learn more about that process, and what's the process for tiny homes, and how do we have them on our property, and what's the reimbursements and things like that, or the incentives. So that was a really good process to kind of pull that out and pull the highlights and kind of hear from the community, but then also for directors to kind of get that feedback in real time. Next slide, please. My favorite slide here, which is really cool, you'll see this chart here. It talks a little bit about these are the things that we've, some questions that we've asked folks, and again, I won't read every single one of these ones here, but we asked the community members, what were their thoughts about some of these services here, and like the two bar graphs you'll see, the darker one you'll see is the importance. So if we ask them, the importance of providing a service, they would tell us we thought this was important, and then the lighter one would tell them, they would say how effective they thought the city was doing at that. So for the first one, you'll see that the increasing the supply of affordable housing with the net agreement score, the community thought that, there was a 54%, agreement score, that being important, but 11, the score for that was our effectiveness in providing that. I think for when you look at these type of numbers, I don't think that this is bad data. I think this is actually incredibly good data because it gives us an insight to show us that it's kind of like that impact and intent thing conversation that we've been having a lot of dialogue about most recently when we're talking about that emotional intelligence and behavior change and organizational shift and change management. We have our community members who are showing up and trying to be a part of those conversations and hear what the city's doing. And it's nice to hear their feedback of like, we think these services you're providing as a public entity is important. However, how we're receiving or hearing about them may not be landing as well as you think. And maybe the fact is we probably aren't doing a good job of telling our story, right? So how do we do a better job as an organization to tell our story? We are doing these services, we are providing them. So it's really good just to get that feedback. Some of the other ones on here, and again, you can download this and take a review at them to look at is, let's see, this is a little small on my screen. Reducing barriers to affordable housing and middle housing. Also another one here, 43 people say it's important. How well are we doing that? 30 people say that we're effectively doing that. So again, I think this is a really cool chart to look at, again, just to see people think that the services are important, and then how effective are we providing that? So we have two speakers. Our housing and community development director is going to come up and speak and talk about the takeaways from this process. And then we'll have our community safety, health, and wellness program director speak about what were some of those challenges as well.
Thank you, Larice. Hello again. So I was at almost all of the sessions in the fall. I will say I found it really rewarding to have such engaged conversations with the community. I really credit Larice and the Equity Office for the format. So we all did presentations, but then really getting to sit at tables and talk to community members, I thought was a really rich part of that experience. A couple of the takeaways, so HCD engages with community members all the time when it comes to housing. And so these are conversations we're constantly having, but having an evening where we had different directors there to answer questions holistically, I thought was really great. And I do think overall what we heard from community members was they appreciated that opportunity to have those more direct conversations, not just with housing, but also those other departments. I will say many of you attended the session in your ward. The conversations were different depending on where across the city we had those conversations. I think that really speaks to the different needs of the different areas in our city. The title, The Housing Equation, we did have a conversation about, we do think that really attracted folks who are really interested in housing. These are my type of people. But I also think they weren't necessarily representative of the city at large. And so as we think about doing this again in the future, I think being really mindful of what the conversations we want to have and what that title is will be important. And then I do think, I mentioned, I think what we heard from representatives that attended is they appreciated the variety, the format. I think that last bullet that talks about community members left the meeting enlightened, that might be a little strong, but I think they did leave with better awareness of the different issues, the work we're spending a lot of time focused on and the challenges that we have. So I do think overall it was a really productive conversation, and I think we learned some things we could take moving forward.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It was a really good thing. The housing equation was a really good thing to participate in, and I think that we learned a lot from it. And I'm just going to repeat what Ann said. It was a lot of, all the different wards had different people coming to the table. One of the key takeaways for us was people were asking, how are these people that you're helping doing now, 2 years later, a year later, 6 months later? And that's one of the gaps that we identified, that we really need to do better long-term tracking of folks. Usually when you close somebody out of a program where you're providing services, we're not getting how are they doing 6 months, a year, 2 years from now. And so we need to do better at that. We're really good at capturing the services we're delivering, but I think that a lot of the tables that we were sitting at wanted to hear, well, we want to know, how are they now? Where are they now? So that's something that we need to get better about. Another common theme was they had no idea that we were doing so many things at the city. They had no idea what was under the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness umbrella, all of our Housing First, our Office of Violence Prevention and Intervention, all of those things, our homeless encampment initiatives. They had no idea all of those things were taking place. So strengthening how we collect and communicate these stories and the data and stuff is something that I think is really critical. Being transparent, right? Letting people understand all the different steps involved in the work that we're doing, inviting the media to our events, having a lot of social media presence, and announcing the things that we're doing in these various programs that we're delivering. Also, I think one of the things that we recognize is we don't have people that are really posting on our social media websites in our division, right? So getting our resources in line so that we can better do that and better get the word out on our events, the things that we're doing in the public. So ultimately, we learned a lot. We got to hear a lot of the community's feedback, and just doing better data collection and follow-up, coordination, and having better long-term outcomes.
Mayor, that concludes our presentation, but we've got lots of folks here who are available to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to all the department directors for all of the work that you've done, especially for the town halls and the conversations that you had with with the community. I appreciate it. And Larice, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you couldn't be with us in person today, but we started this work with the council, and I want to especially thank Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for her leadership in creating the equity office and going out to hire an equity officer. And for us, and also Vice Mayor leading on the Prosperity Initiative and that work to have data-informed policymaking to tackle an issue that it has been so difficult and has been prevalent in our country since its founding, which is poverty. Causes and the root causes of poverty. So the embedding equity and the Prosperity Initiative in our budget is very, very important. And this work has been happening for the last at least 5 years in the mayor and council, and has been embedded now in department work. So really happy to see an update on all of the work that is taking place, and the departments and our staff being very conscious of where we need to focus to lift and invest in the quality of life for our folks. So I know that there were a few presentations here, including our budget presentation, and so I'd really like to open it up for my colleagues on the council, just in case you all have questions, observations, or advice for our city manager. Anyone wanting to start? Councilman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I can get us started, and I'll be brief because I know we've got lots going on today. Appreciate all of the information in the memo. We're at $28.9 million deficit. I know you guys are working on that, and I appreciate the list of how you reduced it from the 64 million. One thing that I've talked to you, Tim, about is if there is a way to connect these items to the impact that they will have on the community. I think that's really important when we talk about, we're not going to do X, Y, or Z. What impact is that going to have on the community? So we're very clear it's more than just a number on a page. We're really thinking about what that is going to do in terms of impact. The other piece, I can't help myself. I get anxiety when I look at the end of that 5-year projection and the huge $300 million in the hole number that we're looking at. So I'm immediately, and I've been doing that for years, looking at where we're headed. So I really appreciate that forecast that we're looking at. One thing that I know a lot of cities are going through this right now because of American Rescue Plan funding, cliffs and whatnot, but the city of San Diego is facing a $120 million deficit. And I know in previous years we've put out a budget survey. I pulled up their budget survey and I really like it. It asks people to come up with their 3 top issues they're most concerned about, and it only lets them pick 3. So it forces some focus. Everything from traffic safety, tree planting and maintenance, flooding and drainage, graffiti, housing costs, lack of park, recreation, or open space, and a series of other things. So it would give us the opportunity to, again, beyond the housing conversation that we had, understand core service related priorities of the community for now, as well as when we get to these gigantic deficits that we're going to have to navigate, and how we can approach those, again, as the mayor said, in a very data informed way. So I think that is the only feedback that I have for today, surprisingly. Thank you.
Any others? Any questions, comments? All righty. Wow, I'm really impressed by you all. Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Anna. Really appreciate it. All righty, we move on to item 3. So item 3, time has been set aside to discuss the rate and free revision process and proposals for Tucson Water, the Transportation and Mobility and Planning Departments, and Development Services Departments. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, in our spirit of hearing from directors, we do have some of our directors joining us here at the table. Lucky enough to have Water Director John Kamik here, and Transportation Mobility Deputy Director Jim DeGrood, who's a star on both levels, this item, but also he's one of our stars on RTA next. So just wanted to give a quick shout out to Jim there. As well, on this item, we have a number of potential rates and fees for our operating departments before you. This is a continuation of a conversation that dates back to late last year. In fact, you had a study session similar to this one back in December. What I'll note is there's no action required at this study session, except we are seeking your advice on the water rates and fees and which of the 2 options you might be leaning toward going out to the public with. We can go out to the public with both options, or we can go with one option if you have some consensus here at the table here today. But the action all happens tonight. You'll have 4 notices of intent tonight for each package to look at and consider independently. And you'll note that when we met before, we had also the Parks and Recreation as part of the discussion in the fall. We've actually pulled Parks and Recreation out to consider as a separate discussion as early as next meeting on April 7th. So today and tonight, we're really focused on Tucson Water, Transportation and Mobility, Planning and Development Services, and Environmental Services. So without further ado, I hand it to Water Director John Kmeek to talk about water.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. There you go. All right. So Tucson Water is an enterprise fund of the City of Tucson, which means our water rates are designed to be cost of service based. We set rates to recover the full cost of providing safe, reliable water service to our community, covering daily operations, infrastructure investments, long-term water supply security, and debt obligations without relying on the city's general fund. In January of 2023, Mayor and Council approved a 4-year rate cycle for fiscal years 2023 through 2027. That included annual revenue increases of 5.5%. Since that time, several additional rate-related actions have also occurred. In February 2025, adjustments were made to the commercial and industrial summer surcharge to further incentivize conservation within that customer class group. Also included at that time was an increase to the water supply fee to cover the rising cost of Colorado River water supplies obtained from the Central Arizona project. In September 2025, differential rates between in-city and outside city customer classes were also implemented, and this was done to further an equitable distribution of cost on those portions of our system that require more infrastructure and effort to serve. While that change was revenue neutral overall, it did shift how costs are allocated among customer groups. We now have updated Tucson Water's 5-year financial plan for fiscal years 27 through 31, and now are bringing forth a 4-year rate plan for consideration. While there is still 1 year remaining under the previously approved rate cycle, staff is recommending establishing the next 4-year rate framework now, covering FY27 through FY30. This approach allows us to smooth further impacts and provide customers with predictability while continuing to cover the annual operating costs, capital improvement needs, and debt service obligations. This can be accomplished with a 4-year plan that increases revenues by 3.5% annually for the next 4 fiscal years. The Citizens Water Advisory Committee, or CWAC, have proposed to leave the FY27 revenue increase of 5.5% in place and add the FY28 through FY30 plan of 3.5% annually. Either option is acceptable to the utility. By choosing the CWAC proposal, a movement towards increasing the holdings of cash reserves of the utility is an attempt to improve our financial position in the future that may allow for securing lower interest rates on future borrowing efforts. We also have completed an update on the miscellaneous fee plan, the first comprehensive update in 13 years. Like our rates, these fees are cost-based and reflect the cost of service approach to many of the activities that the utility performs when reviewing engineering plans, special uses, and other activities that are generally customer-driven. As you see on the slide, one of the adjustments proposed to create an inclining block fee structure for plan reviews. This is an attempt to create higher quality first submittals to the utility, which in turn would expedite reviews and ultimate acceptance of final plan sets. This concept has already been proposed to the home building community, and there is interest in pursuing this idea. As part of the miscellaneous fees update, staff is also recommending an adjustment to the CAP water resource fee. This fee is only administered to new potable water customers to recover the cost of acquiring a CAP water contract. It is calculated on a cost per acre foot basis and then is associated to the capacity of the meter size necessary to serve. So in summary, Tucson Water is requesting a notice of intent on one of the 2 proposed rate plans, either the staff recommendation of 4 concurrent 3.5% revenue increases over the next 4 fiscal years, or the CWAC proposal to leave the current adopted 5.5% revenue increase adjustment for FY27 with 3 concurrent adjustments of 3.5% for FY28 through FY30. Also included within the notice of intent is the amended and updated miscellaneous fee plan and the proposed adjustments to the CAP water resource fee. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. That concludes the Tucson water rate proposal.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of Council. Pleasure to be here before you this morning. We are proposing changes to the right-of-way permit fees to simplify the fee structure, achieve full cost recovery, and make our fees more scalable through the use of hourly review and inspection fees for more complicated projects. Currently, the department is only receiving 61% of our, or only recovering 61% of our right-of-way fee permit-related expenses, and these changes will provide for full cost recovery. These fees will be implemented fully in year one and will reduce the number of right-of-way fee types. We are also proposing, there we go, okay. We also propose 2 new fees, the first of which is for pavement degradation or loss of value. Once a pavement is cut, it's never the same. Cuts in the pavement change how the pavement behaves and how stresses are transferred within the pavement structure. Pavement cuts also create an avenue for premature degradation. The degradation is particularly impactful on newer pavements, and this is reflected in the fee schedule being proposed. This fee is proposed to be implemented over a 3-year implementation period. The second new fee is a loss of use or lane closure fee. Our objective here is to fully recover our costs, recognize the loss of value to the public inconvenience by closures related to and their related congestion on improvements they've funded, and incentivize more rapid work within city right-of-way. The fee varies by functional classification of the roadway impacted, the duration of the closure, the type of the closure, which can vary from full roadway closure to a simple lane closure or a bus stop closure or a pedestrian path closure. The fee is scaled by length and duration and varies by time of day. For full-day closures, they're obviously the most expensive, while nighttime closures, which are less of an inconvenience to the motoring public, are significantly reduced in fee amount. The collection of this fee not only allows for the city to recover the cost of review and inspection of the closure, but also for our traffic engineering staff to monitor and optimize the signal timing at nearby intersections. Further, it's hoped that this fee will encourage more expeditious, better planned, and coordinated projects. The use of double shifts, weekend, and night work can all be employed by the contractors to reduce the fee amounts. And we are requesting this evening the notice of intent for these 3 fees.
So next up, coming to the microphone, will be Planning and Development Services Director Corin Manning. And I keep clicking. There we go.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and members of council. I'll give a quick overview of the proposed fee table as proposed for planning and development services. So our goals with this fee increase were really to better align our fees with the cost of service. And we focus specifically on fees that do not adjust annually based on the increased cost of our construction. Many of our building permits are pegged to the cost of construction, so are meant to increase annually, kind of gradually with the cost of construction. So we specifically focused on fees that are not tied to building construction costs. That's our site review, zoning fees, generally. So what we're proposing is generally a 5% increase for most non-valuation based permits, including site review, zoning, subdivision, grading, and development package fees. Then we're also proposing some targeted increases beyond 5% for certain fee categories that we found through our analysis are significantly below our cost of service. So those areas where we're proposing higher than the 5% overall fee increase are design professional fees, where we're using outside design professional services, increases for our floodplain use permits and related floodplain permit reviews. A 10 to 25% increase for special approvals like our neighborhood preservation zones, infill incentive districts, sign permits, and rezoning and entitlement fees. All of those are categories that involve more complex staff reviews and or more involved public review that adds to, again, our cost of providing those review services to our customers. We're also proposing an increased fee for pre-application conferences for commercial projects to account for that substantial staff investment in preparing for pre-application meetings and providing guidance to applicants. But we're also proposing a new type of pre-application for residential development that would have a lower fee, lower than what we currently charge. We're also proposing new site review fees for developments utilizing the Community Corridors tool. That's a tool that was adopted by Mayor and Council last year to incentivize development along our corridors. That's to account for the additional staff review time that will be involved in those projects. Keep in mind that this new tool is now an option instead of, in many cases, a rezoning, zoning variances, much more complex, time-consuming, and costly processes. And we're also proposing a new development package permit fee to account for the inspections that go along with development package issuance. Finally, we're proposing to increase the code enforcement reinspection fee as well as some related appeals fees for code enforcement processes. This fee would be increasing to $200, which would be charged in cases where property owners do not come into compliance on a second inspection. That is an overview of our fee proposal. On the regular agenda tonight is a request to adopt a notice of intent to raise fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Corin. And finally, at the microphone, our Director of Environmental Services, Carlos De La Torre.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. To maintain our current level of service and continue funding our vehicles, facilities, and equipment replacement program on a pay-as-you-go basis, staff is recommending adjustments to residential, commercial, and landfill fees, along with the adoption of the Clean City fee. These adjustments would also allow us to strengthen our graffiti abatement program and continue with the safe and clean community programs. So to highlight a few points in terms of our proposed residential rates, for the 48-gallon and 65-gallon container, the current fee is $21.25. For the 65-gallon is $22.25. Proposal is really to keep that rate flat for the next 4 years with the intent really to incentivize waste reduction. First proposed increase is for the 95-gallon container. Current rate is at $23. Proposal is really to increase that 75 cents in year one, an additional 75 cents for the subsequent years every year. Another component is really the 300-gallon shared alley container. Typically, there's 3 homes per container. The charge today is $22.25 per customer. The proposal is really to bring that rate equal in parity to a typical 95-gallon bin that is serviced at the curve, and just make that service at the same cost. We used to have a cost differential between alley service and curbside service, and that was the service was a little bit cheaper. Since then, those operational costs have increased, and therefore that change or the reduction in cost is no longer there. So the proposal is really, again, to make it in parity with curbside as well as alley service. One thing to point out is currently, Environmental Services, along with Tucson Water, do provide a low-income credit. Our credit is a flat fee. Currently, that fee is, or that incentive or reduction is $12 per month per residential customer. The proposal is really to increase that from essentially $12 to $14 beginning in fiscal year 2027. The other proposed rate is really to create this new fee that will be essentially be afforded or will be charged to every residential customer and every commercial customer to the tune of $3 per month. And that is really intended to fund the graffiti abatement program, the Safe City or homeless camp cleanup efforts, the illegal dumping program, the Team Up to Cleanup, really modifying that from just a volunteer-based program to more of a proactive cleanup program citywide, and really continue to fund the All Public Community Services homeless work program. And that really encompasses the funding for 3 crews, up to 8 folks per day, 5 times a week. Next slide, please. Also, one of the things we need to ensure is that our residential fees do not subsidize any commercial or landfill fees. And so the proposal is really to adjust all commercial fees starting in year 2027, an increase to the current rates to the tune of 25%, and doing some slight increases over the next few years as well. from 25, 20, 15, and 50% by year 2030. Roll-off containers, currently the current charge is $182 per pull. On top of the tipping fees, that charge per service will jump from $182 to $250 per pull. We believe that essentially those fees are very comparable to the open market. We don't really control the market per se. If we provide services in the community on a commercial basis, we're probably talking about anywhere between 20 to 25%. So we don't believe a whole lot of customers will migrate our way or go the other way around. Those costs are very comparable market-wise. And finally, landfill fees. One of the key critical components of the landfill fees is your self-haul fee. So if I clean up my yard and I want to take my stuff to Los Reales, right now I'm assessed a fee of $15 for anything up to a ton. The proposal is really to increase that fee from $15 to $18 and subsequently $1 every year for the next 4 years. That fee is very, very comparable to other municipalities. And finally, really the gate rate that typical commercial customers pay when they go to the landfill. Typical landscaper companies or other commercial entities, the current fee is $35 a month, and the proposal really to modify that rate to $38 a month. We also have in the code contracted disposal services for major haulers. And all we're proposing is really to do a slight increase to that base fee. It basically just establishes the floor. And so it's really just giving us the ability really to increase the floor every year for the subsequent 4 years. With that, Mayor, these modest adjustments will ensure our staff has the tools and the equipment needed to continue delivering the reliable services our residents expect and deserve while protecting the long-term sustainability of our programs. We hope that your deliberation and decision today results in your support as it's an investment to the cleanliness, safety, and quality of our community and ensures that we can continue to deliver the services our residents rely on every day. Thank you, Mayor.
Director De La Torre, just one quick question for the record. On the gate rate for landfill, I believe you were saying per day or per month, but it's actually per ton. Is it per ton, the 35 going to 38?
Per ton, yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
yes, per ton.
I wanted to correct that for the public. Thank you, directors. And what are next steps? We have 4 notices of intent scheduled for this evening that you can either approve or not. And we have, if we're moving forward with one or more of these notices of intent, we would be conducting stakeholder engagement through March and April in our traditional town hall format, where the departments would collaborate and present on these as a holistic package. Public noticing would occur from March through May as for most of these, not all, but most of these rates and fees do require a public hearing. And those public hearings, where applicable, would occur on May 19th at your meeting, where you would consider adoption of the rate packages. And if we stayed on this schedule with those public hearings in May, we would have an effective date of July 2026. With that, we're glad to entertain any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, lots of questions. So Councilmember Cunningham, then Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilman Lee.
A few things. First of all, I wanted to appreciate how much we have as far as comparing some of the cities. We compared cities both in Arizona that we want to measure ourselves against in our region, and then we also compared ourselves to cities that are like ours. Those are cities that have a metropolitan statistical area population of between 800,000 and 1.2 million, and municipalities with 300 to 600,000 people. With a few notable exceptions, it seems that our rates are extremely competitive, specifically with the environmental service fees that we're proposing, and I appreciate that. And so I wanted to let you know I appreciate that being in the material, because it allows us to say, look, we're still $14 lower than Phoenix. We're still going to be $15 lower than Marana and Oro Valley. So I'm pretty happy with the kind of where we ended up. And the fact of the matter is that we were considering other jurisdictions and what they're charging, I think we're pretty affordable. That brings me next to the lane closures. And Jim, I think I want to challenge everybody to say this. I think the lane closure fees are fine. They're pretty competitive with other jurisdictions. But I think there's an opportunity for us, and this is one of those procurement items that I'll bring around. I think there's some opportunity for us to take a look at doing lane closures in-house and having a specific sub-department that does the lane closures. And so we collect the fees and do that in-house, where the road construction project or the utility that's hiring someone to close lanes and then pay that, and then that subcontractor pays us. We're kind of getting middled right there. And it's probably driving up some of the costs of those projects. So I'd rather them pay us directly to close the lanes and our people do it. And that's, I think, I don't know if that's going to save us money or not. I don't know if that's going to save the private sector money or not. But I think it's something worth looking at. And that was one of the things that came up in this lane closure, because from what I understand, there's only like 2 firms locally that close lanes. And so I'm just curious to see whether or not that's something where, especially if it's a modest project that doesn't need a really significant lane closure thing, if there's opportunities to do that in-house and to lay out the barricades in-house, stuff like that. That was one of my thoughts, especially if we're doing a project in-house, like if we're doing a fog seal in a neighborhood that requires a couple modest lane closures, and we're going to do it in-house and not go to a contractor, I think it could save us some money. So I thought that was really good. I think our fees are on the right track for the developmental services as well. I want to thank Corin's team for working really hard on that. There's one thing that I'm worried about, and that is that we might need to figure out some carve-outs for some affordable projects, especially when it comes to housing. I don't want to be driving costs up
On what, Councilmember?
housing.
Affordable.
When it comes to affordable housing.
What fees?
For the PDSD fees.
Yes.
So I want to be careful, because remember, whenever we up fees for anything, especially if we're going to be going into the, when we consider the adaptive reuse development tool and whether or not the adaptive reuse tool can be applied, how those development fees, some of those development fees might be avoided. Again, not trying to nitpick, but just knowing that there's some stuff we're really trying to do, and yeah, we want to be aware of what our revenues are. But if we can't open as many opportunities as possible on the housing piece, then I think we're kind of defeated. We're going in circles, right? So those are the things. Again, great presentations and a lot of good. I really want urge my colleagues to check out how we're competitive and where we kind of stand, both locally within Arizona and nationwide. I think we have a very competitive fee schedule, and I don't think it's too aggressive. So thank you very much for the work, and that's outstanding.
Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tim, and the directors. I think you did a very good job. We all got some back briefing on this, and I think the public should know that there were actual cost of service studies that support all this data, and it makes so much sense for us to charge the people getting the benefit of the services that were provided with these fees, rather than it come out of our general funds. I have one question and a couple of comments. On water, the CAP resource fee, is that a one-time fee or is that an annual fee? It's a one-time?
As Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, that is the one-time fee. That's a connection cost to buy into the contract that the city owns.
Thank you. And a question for water. We were talking earlier about potential state preemption because of the situation with the water company in Gilbert. And I think everybody needs to know about that. Could you tell us about that? That also, I think, well, I'll comment after that.
Yes, Councilmember Dahl. Yeah, we were talking earlier that there was a bill that is moving. I believe it's still moving. We'll get an update from Ms. Dent in a little bit. Is at the state legislature that's looking to put a freeze on municipal utilities like water departments from being able to change their fees, I think, over a 5-year moratorium, which would be in my personal opinion, a very destructive act to many municipal water providers, being able to not keep up with the cost of service, not keeping up with inflation. So it would challenge us tremendously if that ever went through.
Thank you. And I want to say CWAC did a great job, thinking a little bit out of the box. And because of the potential for preemption, I like their proposal a little bit better of putting some money aside. DTM, my comment, boy, we get a lot of complaints about road construction. And most people don't realize it's not the city of Tucson. It's this utility, that utility, cable company, Southwest Gas, causing disruption and hard to get from here to there. And it's not always coordinated. Anything we can do to make it more efficient. I love my colleague's idea of maybe we bring it in-house and we'd have some more control. But I love the idea of using the fees to incentivize doing it at night, doing it 24/7. Some of the solutions people offer is, why don't you do it quicker? And I like the idea of incentivizing this. I really appreciate the thinking into that. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lee, any others on queue? Councilmember Barajas.
All right, so appreciate also DTM, the idea about pavement cuts and how we've been on a road maintenance kick. I have with you, Joe. I really appreciate this idea. And also when I talked to him about alternatives to cutting pavement, water came up as a big pavement cutter. So I'm wondering if you guys want to arm wrestle or figure out something amongst yourselves to look at alternative ways, John, so we're not cutting into the road internally as much either. But really appreciate that. Also, the loss of lane use and closure is really important. And I also appreciate the night idea to incentivize not just for traffic, but for worker safety, because being out in the sun in this heat, I always wonder, how safe that is and how effective that is for the people doing the work. So I really like that. One thing I've talked to Tim about, to you about, Jim, and I just want to put out here for my colleagues to think about is how do we trace the revenue that comes in from this so that it stays in the area that's impacted, similar to impact fees, right? We don't want something that's being collected in Ward 6 because your people, Miranda, are being impacted by lane closures to go to Paul's ward, right? Just as an example, not picking on anyone here, just using an example. So how can we trace that and make sure that the investment is staying in the area where possible and improving the lives of the residents who are there? And then also just some clarity, because I know this will come up in the community conversations, is where the money is going to be spent. How's the money going to be spent? I don't think we have a clear answer on that yet. I think that'll be important to get clarity as this moves forward. So thank you all again to all the teams that have done the work to bring this together.
I just wanted to thank everyone for the briefings, and I agree, it's not too aggressive in the visuals and the comparisons, so thank you all for bringing this to us. I spoke to several of our commissioners about the proposed fees just to hear their feedback, and they all just really stressed the execution. They too said, it wasn't too aggressive, but the stakeholder conversations, the engagement opportunities are going to be key at sharing this information with our community at large. So I look forward to supporting these efforts and working alongside you all. Thank you.
Any others? Vice Mayor? I just wanted to add, I think that it's important for our departments, especially our enterprise departments, but including Planning Development Services and Department of Transportation and Mobility, that we recover the cost to be able to deliver the service, because we want to make sure that we're delivering the highest quality service to our residents. And the last, I would say, 3 years, we have seen inflation and the cost of providing the services, including the human resource investment that we have to make going up and rising. So we want to make sure that we have the appropriate human resource capacity to be able to deliver clean water, to be able to pick up trash and recycling on time, to make sure that we have the capacity in our transportation department to provide the services needed, including to be able to recover the cost of pavement in our city, right? We just went through an election on transit and transportation, and we know that people value the quality of their pavement so that we can commute safely. And I agree that we need to make sure, I agree that it is very comparable to what other cities are charging, especially our environmental services fees are at the lower end of the scale in terms of providing trash and recycling services. But most recently, we gave direction, mayor and council gave direction to make our Los Reales a sustainability campus. And that sustainability campus has added a lot of additional pilot programs and programs that we did not have there before. And so we want to be able to continue providing those environmental programs, including our tree center, where we grow trees and where we recycle tree cuttings so that we can create mulch. We are creating a lot of new innovative and necessary programs for our climate action and adaptation program. I love where we're going with our Los Reales Sustainability Campus. I appreciate the Clean City fee, which will elevate and continue investing in our Team Up to Clean Up efforts, in our graffiti abatement, in making sure that, you know, we continue investing in teams that do encampment, cleanup, and remediation. Those things take money, and we need to make sure that we pay for them. I also want to comment on the planning and development services fees, especially the fees for community corridors tool. One of the reasons that I pitched the idea of creating a community corridors tool is because we want to see investment in our urban core. We want to see density development and transit-oriented development in our corridors. I think we're just going to have to make sure to play it by ear, because I do not want these fees to get in the way of moving density development and transit-oriented development quickly through our city. I also do not want to be the most expensive, right? If we're charging more, then we need to make sure that we're getting better and better at delivering the projects and planning and all of the service that we need to do to get developers, including affordable housing developers, through as quickly as we possibly can. The City of Tucson Planning and Development Services Department should be the quickest in our region. Our goal should be developing infill development as quickly as possible. And that is something that I've held dearly for a long time. That's why the community corridors tool is important to all of us. But we've got to be able to move as quickly as possible in delivering those services. I know that we have an affordable housing program within Planning and Development Services Department. Let's make sure that the fees that we are charging for do not affect the affordable housing program and the steady movement forward with our affordable housing plans as we move forward. And on the road closure, I just have one question. How flexible are we with the road closure when it comes to closing a lane for community use? I know that many in our community use sometimes our streets to protest and rally. We've seen that escalated in the last year, and so I just don't want to get in the way of people's First Amendment just because it will cost them money for lane closures. Are we paying attention to that, Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, that's a great question. And in those cases, quite often those are organic situations. And we are very flexible at both TPD and all of our supporting agencies. And as long as people are peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights, we're very supportive. We actually work with them to safely take over a street when that's the necessary thing to do. And they're neither pulling permits nor paying fees, so those won't be barriers for that. In the case of a planned event, we can certainly look at what kind of flexibility we have based on the community benefit of a planned event as well.
Right, as long as we keep that flexibility. I've been marching and rallying and protesting since I got here to Tucson, more than 30 years. And so I know that there's groups that plan ahead, months and months ahead. And even then, the cost to do lane closures and pay for security and pay for, all of the necessary equipment to close the lanes. Sometimes it's expensive, especially a nonprofit group that's very grassroots and don't have the funds to do that. So as long as we keep some of that flexibility to allow for the First Amendment to move forward. We do need a motion to move forward with the 4 annual revenue increases for Tucson Water. I personally prefer the staff recommendation, which is an increase of 3.5 for the next 5 years versus the CWAC recommendation, which would recommend a 5.5 increase the first year and then a 3.5 the following year. So if any of my colleagues would be willing to make a motion.
So moved, Your Honor.
Okay, so motion to approve option 1, which is a staff recommendation, which meets minimum financial metrics. There's a motion. May I have a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I think both have pros and cons. I'm going to vote no just to show some support for CWAC.
Any further discussion on this item? Alrighty, so there's a motion on the floor and a second. Please indicate by saying aye if you approve.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
No.
Motion passes with a vote of 6-1. Anything else you need from us on this item, Mr.?
No, thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit of highlight. Our next items are in executive session, and as you enter those, there's some lengthy executive sessions ahead, so setting an expectation that we might be in there for upwards of 1.5 hours to 2 hours, just for those watching along at home.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for all the work, and thank you to my colleagues. What I'm going to do is we're going to move on to the executive session pieces of our day today, but I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come directly into executive session. Is that okay, Ms. Clerk?
That's very good.
Your Honor, do you need a motion?
Yeah,
for
we do
that?
need a motion.
So I move that we take a break and then go into executive session.
I second.
There's a motion in a few seconds. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries.
Oh, no. Because we actually have to read if we can't go directly into executive session unless we actually read the items.
Alrighty, so sorry about that, everybody. Items 4 and 6 are executive sessions. Ms. Clerk.
Item 4, executive session discussion of the City of Tucson cybersecurity and critical infrastructure posture. And item 6, executive session prevailing wage litigation, Associated Minority Contractors of Arizona et al. Versus City of Phoenix et al., Arizona Court of Appeals, case number 1, CICV 24-0658.
May I have a motion, please?
I move that we adjourn to executive session. There might be a little bit break in between, but that's what we do.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Alrighty, thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. need to come back from executive session. May I have a motion to return to study session,
moved,
please?
Mayor.
There's a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of returning to study session, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. All righty, we have, I think we need a motion for item 4 and 6. Mr. Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. An appropriate motion for, this is five? Item five,
Five and
correct?
7, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You're right. For item 5, Your Honor, an appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session, to continue to refine and implement the city's cybersecurity program and to update the mayor and council at least annually and as necessary as to actions taken, recommended next steps, and resources needed.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 6, 7?
We'll just pick a number.
6, 7.
6, 7. There you go.
We're lucky to have that.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, an appropriate motion would be to move that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in an executive session to conclude the litigation related to prevailing wage and ordinance 12066.
So moved.
There is a motion. The second. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And then we move on to item 8. Alrighty, item 8. Time has been set aside for an update and discussion on the energy collaboration agreement between Tucson and Tucson Electric Power. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Today's study session is follow-up, as indicated, on the direction that you provided us some time ago to work toward developing, in partnership with Tucson Electric Power, a energy collaboration agreement. This would be a voluntary agreement between the city and TEP that, once signed, becomes less voluntary, but it would be an opportunity for us to work together on our clean energy goals and advancing the topics of our Tucson Resilient Together climate adaptation plan. And as such, it is being brought to you today following significant public involvement and a most recent round of public town halls. And it would be available to you for consideration and would ultimately be brought back to you for approval at an upcoming mayor and council meeting. So today is discussion on that and any feedback you have for staff. Presenting on the item today is our Chief Resilience Officer, Fatima Luna, and so I turn it over to her.
Thank you, City Manager, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the proposed energy collaboration agreement between the City of Tucson and Tucson Electric Power, or TEP. And just as a way of background and also per your direction, the City of Tucson and TEP have been working on several energy and resilient efforts for several years. In 2003, both parties signed a letter of intent to negotiate agreements focused on clean energy for city operations and collaborating in alignment of the city's climate action plan, Tucson Resilient Together. So building on that, last year, a second letter of intent reaffirmed that commitment and also included direction to negotiate a franchise agreement and an energy collaboration agreement informed by community input. So in response to your direction, last year, city staff hosted or conducted 7 town halls to gather input, community feedback on what they would like to see on the proposed energy collaboration agreement, which is reflected on what you have in front of you today. And so this agreement represents the first of its kind in the state of Arizona, and there's only a handful nationwide. So what does the ECA, or Energy Collaboration Agreement, do? So at a high level, it provides $2 million of TP shareholder funds with a 2% escalation clause every other day, every other year.
Every other day. Every other day.
We'll take the every other day. We'll take the every other day.
That would be
Okay.
nice.
So for clarity, every other year.
Every other year, which totals about $56 million across 25 years. So these funds will support community prioritized projects aligned with Tucson Resilient Together. And these projects are included in 5 key areas. And those are first, reducing greenhouse gas emissions through spending solar power, energy storage, electrification, energy efficiency, and retrofit programs. The second is enhancing resilience infrastructure and emergency preparedness with resilient hubs, cooling centers, heat response coordination, among other things. The third one is supporting vulnerable communities through build assistance programs, outreach, and access to programs. Fourth is expanding workforce and economic development with training and career pathways in energy-related fields. And fifth is improving safe, reliable, and affordable energy systems through coordination and efficiency to help reduce long-term costs. So in addition to these areas, the agreement also allows for additional projects in Section 10 if both the city and TEP agree. So equally important, the ECA includes a commitment for annual joint updates from the city staff and TEP to mayor and council on progress on the programs and major initiatives, greenhouse gas reductions, customer assistance efforts, and updates related to rates and affordability. In terms of term structure, the ECA is tied to the franchise agreement. So it takes effect if the franchise is approved by voters. It runs for up to the 25 years of the franchise term, and it can be modified at any time by mutual agreement. If the ECA is canceled by either party, this serves also as a formal notice of cancellation of the franchise. So they're connected in that way. So now turning into community engagement, as the manager indicated, last week, TEP, with support from the Gorley Group and in partnership with the city, hosted 3 public meetings to review the ECA draft and also gather additional input. I also want to share that in addition to these 3 meetings, there was also a comment box in the TEP's website and also the city website. We received emails, and all of these input was essentially reviewed, consolidated, and grouped into 4 categories. And you have copies of a summary of the input that we received that includes those consolidated areas and also the raw data community input that we received. So you have those in front of you. So those 4 categories are comments around the ECA, comments on the franchise, other energy topics, including public power, and then comments specific to TEP. For the purpose of this meeting, I'll focus on the ones that are most relevant to today's item. So what did we hear? So overall, the ECA is viewed as a very positive step towards the right direction. We heard that community members were very happy to see that most of the recommendations included during Phase 1 and Phase 2 were included in the actual draft of the agreement. Community members also share their support and having shareholder funds support the implementation of these projects. And additionally, we received some additional feedback, and I would not go line by line on the feedback that we received, but I do want to focus on 4 main buckets on the ECA. So the first bucket was on funding, governance, transparency, and oversight. So in general, community members see the $2 million as insufficient. Some of them raised concerns about not keeping up with inflation. Some others recommended having a lump sum at the beginning. There were questions about who controls the funding decision with an emphasis on maintaining city authority. There were some interest in having more clear governance, oversight, and transparency and reporting. The second bucket is on specificity and program design and implementation. There were questions about how programs would be implemented in practice, eligibility and delivery, also having clear goals, timelines, and measurable outcomes. I do want to say that many of these concerns will be addressed as the implementation strategy is developed, so kind of like the next step of this agreement. And the third bucket was on climate and energy goals. There were community comments suggesting more clear, defined climate commitments. There was interest in aligning the city's climate goals and accelerating timelines. There were requests for clarity on definitions of renewable energy and emissions tracking. I do want to share on this item that in Arizona, investor-owned utilities like TEP are regulated by the Arizona Corporation Commission, which has constitutional authority over utility rates, services, and resources decisions. And so while the ECA, Arizona Corporation Commission, does not formally approve integrated resource plans, it exercises binding authority over implementation of those plans through decisions on infrastructure investments, cost recovery, and rates. And so therefore, the city does not regulate power generation directly, nor are the franchise or ECA intended to do so. The fourth bucket in these ECA feedback was public power. Several community members raised concerns about the ECA's termination provisions and how they could potentially discourage consideration of public power options. As the agreement is written now, the ECA will terminate if the city takes formal action condemning partial or full assets of TEP. And by formal action, we mean taking it to the voters for approval to begin the municipalization process. And then there were some concerns about the process itself and how there was limited time to review the documents or the facility where the meetings were hosted. I do want to share that there were negotiations very close to the time of the meetings, and we tried our best to provide the community with the drafts ahead of time, but that's part of the reason that there was limited time. In terms of the franchise feedback, so we, in general, the feedback we receive focus on the term length, also who pays the franchise fee and border clarity. So the 25-year was viewed as too long, and suggestions included having like shorter terms or even sooner negotiation periods. There were also some recommendations that shareholders and not ratepayers pay the franchise fee. There were some requests for clear explanations to the voters on the relationship of the ECA and the franchise. And then there was interest in linking the performance, the franchise to performance expectations such as energy progress and clean energy progress. So I do want to share that while the ECA focuses on climate provisions, the franchise is mostly focused on right-of-way usage. And so the climate provisions would be more on the ECA. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Again, it is my view that most of the community input is reflected in the ECA, especially those actions that are within the city's authority and jurisdiction.
Thank you, Fatima. I really appreciate the presentation. I know that, Roy, if you want to jump in here as the attorney, you've been negotiating as well with TEP. It's been a tag team approach with our Chief Resilience Officer and you. And so I don't know if you wanted to add anything to the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that Fatima covered it pretty clearly. I think that I would agree with her that this is a unique proposition for the city and TEP. It's a unique agreement in the sense that it provides direct funding for our climate action plan. And it's an appropriate way for us to move forward in collaboration with TEP as well. And those conversations have been ongoing, obviously, for some years now. And I think we've come to something that's going to be beneficial for the community.
I think my first question, and thank you both for the incredible work that you've been doing. I know that we, Mayor and Council, have requested that you all, do this work together with TEP and make sure that we included the voices of the community. As a matter of fact, it was the community that came up with the idea of an energy collaboration agreement. And so throughout the town halls that you have put together in your team, Fatima, we've been able to implement those suggestions directly from the community into the energy collaboration agreement. So first and most importantly, I want to recognize the incredible work that has been done by you all, by our city manager. I know Christina Swallow has played a role. I have played a role in some of the negotiations. But let's not dismiss the incredible work that you all have put in this, and especially you, Fatima, and your team that have been doing the legwork and the town halls and the conversations, the group conversations, the one-on-one conversations that are reflected in the energy collaboration agreement. So thank you so much. I always think that recognizing people's work is important. To be able to start from facts, start from what has been done, and then continue moving forward with the work. So as I know it, the Energy Collaboration Agreement is the first of its kind in Arizona, and only a few cities around the country, maybe about 5 of them, have an Energy Collaboration Agreement with their private utility. This is important to know because we didn't start there. We started with a failed initiative with a franchise agreement that tried to do everything at the same time. This one was separated, Energy Collaboration Agreement from the franchise agreement. But I just wanted to ask you, Roy, about the legality of connecting one with the other.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. So the structure of the 2 agreements is one that we sort of have been negotiating for quite some time. You're correct, it is a unique agreement, as I mentioned before. What we've tried to do is to, instead of, as you mentioned, combine everything into one franchise agreement, we thought it was very important to separate what TEP and the city felt were the important aspects of what the community wanted, including the shareholder funding of the climate action plan, including the commitments to do the things around resilient infrastructure, around greenhouse gas emissions, around implementing solar in the community as well, and many other items. But the reality is that it was just getting sort of convoluted and a little confused when we were trying to put it into an already sort of established franchise agreement. So we decided to just sort of take it all out and create just a standalone agreement that says, these are what we're committing to, this is what it's going to look like, this is what the relationship is going to look like going forward, and this is what the support that we're going to ask of TEP, and TEP agreed to provide that support. More importantly, the energy franchise or the energy collaboration agreement is completely tied to the franchise in an important way, and that means that if for some reason that relationship is inappropriate to move forward with at any point because we're no longer interested in the energy collaboration agreement, or TEP is no longer interested in the energy collaboration agreement, that sort of resets us back to where we are right now. So what that says is that we're going to use this as a way to relate TEP and the city, And then if we decide at some point in the future we want to change that relationship, we sort of start all over. We terminate the energy collaboration agreement. That will then terminate under the terms of the franchise, terminate the franchise agreement as well. And then we'll sort of start over again and hopefully develop a different relationship at that time. If we continue forward and the energy collaboration is functioning and works well for the community, we'll continue that for as long as the franchise will be in place.
I appreciate that because I think that there's a lot of misinformation and confusion out in the community that, it doesn't tie one with the other, that there's a possibility that TUP would just walk away from the ECA, but that's not possible legally. Both documents are legally binding with each other, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Alrighty. I know that when we first started, the community first started the conversation about what to have in the energy collaboration agreement. You had several town halls, Fatima, with your team around the city of Tucson. You had very particular ones that there was outreach to Spanish language community residents. Did you notice any differences in their input with the energy collaboration agreement?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes. So we started phase one engagement, and then we received feedback from that phase. And then we addressed the feedback by having very specific monolingual Spanish-speaking town halls with community members. And it was very interesting to see the difference in priorities in both English-speaking and monolingual Spanish-speaking town halls. The Spanish-speaking town halls focus more on affordability, so like the bill assistance, education, and workforce development, while some of the English-only town halls focus on like the clean energy goals and the amount on the shareholder funds. So that was very interesting to capture.
I think that's really good to point out because there's certain needs that particular members of the community have, right? Affordability, weatherization, things that will help bring down the bills was something that our Spanish language town halls brought. In terms of, what I see, what we have in front of us, it's, some people try and always say it's either this or that. It's either gray or black or white. I think what we see here today, again, something that we've mentioned because it's worth mentioning, that this energy collaboration agreement would be the first of its kind in the entire state. We, the city of Tucson, would be leading the state and many other cities around the country. We would become the sixth to do a collaboration agreement with a private energy company. There was lots of negotiations, lots of engagement before we got to this point. This is far more than the first iteration suggested in an energy collaboration agreement. Throughout the course of the negotiations, I remember that one of the important pieces for community and for myself was to make sure that we had funds that were not paid by the residents, but were paid for by shareholders into the system. We started, I think it was at $500,000, and for yearly contributions, it made it up to $1 million. That would have been competitive grants issued to the entire region. And through the negotiations, we were able to get it to a $2 million yearly contribution with an escalator that is dedicated funding source that help us weatherize homes, pay for solar panels, especially for low-income communities, battery storage systems that would invest in our Tucson Million Trees initiative, in workforce development opportunities for youth and others in our community. resilience hubs, cooling locations. I mean, it really is open to whatever our Commission on Energy and Sustainability, which I view as the place where the citizen input would be, where we would invest these funds. Ultimately, of course, Mayor and Council being the decision makers in terms of how this investment will be done. Talk a little bit about the comments that were not included in the energy collaboration agreement that are not within the scope of the City of Tucson.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, some of the feedback that was not directly included in the EC8, I think it falls into a couple of buckets. The first one, there were many comments with very specific programming details, like home retrofits and weatherization programs for homes built, before X year. And so instead, it includes the retrofit program, which includes also weatherization. And so we brought it up to like a higher level. That level of detail that the community was asking for is the next step. It would be part of the implementation strategy. And it's too much detail for these scope of agreement. The other bucket that was not included, well, it was included in the recitals, but it's not legally binding. It has to do with requiring the utility to generate, their mix of energy. And so, again, that is, and as I understand it, because it has to do with part of what the Arizona Corporation Commission does through their regulation, like rate making and cost recovery and the implementation of the integrated resource plan. That's something that is beyond the scope of this work. And maybe, Roy, if there's anything that you want to add on that.
Sure. So, and this came up a couple of times, and totally understand why it would come up. But the reality is that obviously the City of Tucson doesn't regulate generation anyway. It doesn't regulate generation within its boundaries, nor outside of its boundaries. But more importantly, the concern I think that our TEP partners would have is that if we were to try and regulate their regulation through an agreement such as this, then any investments that they make pursuant to that agreement could be disallowed by the current ACC, which has expressed its intent to do so on numerous occasions because of the current makeup of the ACC and their concerns over ratepayer cost versus renewable generation. So we didn't want to put TEP in that position. Obviously, it's the community is well within its right to expect that from TEP, and that's a TEP conversation that they can have with the community. But it's not part of this agreement because it doesn't really deal. What our focus is on this agreement is really concrete, real steps that we can take right now for the city. And I do want to address just a little bit about some of the conversation around implementation, because there has been, rightfully so, again, the community has asked for sort of more specifics on implementation. And the reason why that is not within the ECA is because, as you alluded to earlier, Mayor, and thanks to your leadership on this and the city managers as well, originally the agreement had very specific implementation discussion and was very much guided by TEP, and TEP had some very sort of specific ways to do that implementation, including grants and those sorts of things. And of course, you, Mayor, and the city manager both pushed back and wanted to ensure that the City of Tucson is the one deciding how we implement our climate action plan, and TEP understood that and was willing to sort of let us make those decisions and make the decisions with the community involvement. So we wouldn't want to include in this agreement that is sort of newer to the community what the community desires and how we want to make those implementation decisions. We want to make sure the community is involved lockstep through the whole process.
Thank you, Roy and Fatima. I do want to open it up for my colleagues on the council. Should we go down the line, or Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Kudos to our whole team, starting with you, Mayor, Roy, Fatima, Tim, others, Michael Catazano, who worked on this. It took a long time, and that has once again compressed the public engagement, and that's unfortunate. And I think kind of want to apologize for people who are upset about that. But at the same time, now is the time. We have some time to do maybe some little tweaks, maybe not, but we want to hear everybody's. And I've just finished reading your handout, so I've looked at every comment that we've gotten now. And there are some interesting ideas, and we have a little bit of time to think about them. There's a lot of, as you already mentioned, things that we cannot do, even though people say, oh, you can do it. It's a voluntary agreement. Well, ACC has very specific authority over private utilities, and Tucson has a franchise agreement ability, which we've expanded into something that I think is absolutely wonderful, that will power our climate change and our support of people who can't pay their bills and other good stuff. So, but there's still time for comment. That was my point. The portal that we have is still taking comments. We'll get them. Please email me or my colleagues directly. And just because we're not including it in the ECA doesn't mean we don't agree with you. We should lobby the legislature to allow community choice or aggregate power or other things that were suggested. There are other avenues for our voices to find purchase. Unfortunately, or appropriately, not the ECA agreement and the franchise agreement. And one thing I want to point out, because it seems like, oh, the franchise fee should be out of shareholders. No franchise fees ever come out of shareholders. That's always a cost of doing business. To do business as a utility and you have to pay any fees, that's part of cost of doing business. What's amazing is the $2 million a year is shareholder money. That's just incredible. And again, congratulations to the team that's been working so hard. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank the team at the city as well as TEP for working together in good faith to get us here today. Just a quick clarification, and I apologize if either of you already said this. These are two separate documents, right? We have the ECA, we have the franchise agreement, but can you help me understand? The ECA would only be applicable if voters approve the franchise agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Lee. So the implementation of the ECA would begin I believe the January 1st after the vote, a successful vote on the franchise. Of course, the franchise also would, if it failed, then we'd have to be sort of at the back of the drawing board. But they sort of feed off each other, so they don't implement without the other.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that part because I also was browsing through some of the feedback and just wanted to call that out specifically. If there were elements of the ECA that people didn't like, they ultimately will have the decision on this, right? We are going to put something to the voters, but they will have the ultimate decision on this. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Any others? Councilmember Schubert and then Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really appreciate the work on all of this, especially the work that the city undertook last year to inform the draft ECA. It was great to be able to see the comments that were received in both sessions, and I'm excited to dig in more into the comments that we received today. But I think this is a really, really important part of the process. I see my responsibility here in representing Ward 6 is to make sure that constituent concerns are being filtered through and that those prevalent themes are rising to the top so that they can try to inform the franchise agreement so that it can pass. Just trying to set it up for success so that we don't fail at the ballot box again. So I understand it's a delicate balance because we can't obviously incorporate every piece of feedback that we receive. I just wanted to share some of the top level concerns that we've received at Ward 6. Luckily, it's pretty much in keeping with the themes I can see in the documents. So definitely the number one thing we've been hearing is about the TEP contribution, the frustration over what they see as a limited contribution. And Mayor Romero and I had a bit of a chat about this yesterday, and Mayor expressed that it would be helpful to have some suggestion about a specific amount. If it's not $2 million, what should that look like? I heard an interesting idea about tying the contribution to the worth that TEP offers to Fortis, like creating some kind of formula, or the worth that the Tucson market offers to TEP, and using a percentage calculation. So I have more information about that we could drill into, but personally, I think that what would be equitable is some type of formula that's a percentage of revenue or of the value of TEP. And then also the inflation rate thing. I saw that come up in the comments too. So the 2% escalator, I've heard from people that they're very concerned about that keeping pace with inflation. The second concern we heard, people have a lot of questions about how the ECA and franchise agreement could limit our community's ability to pursue public power. So to that end, how can we incorporate the feedback we heard at last week's listening sessions, and that many of our offices have been receiving in the past weeks, into the ECA to make it stronger and more likely, along with the franchise agreement, to pass if it was put to voters. So just trying to honor those concerns. I know we can't do everything that people want, again. And then secondly, how can we secure a more meaningful contribution amount? For example, have we considered other ways to calculate the TEP contribution, as I said, such as tying it to a percentage of TEP's value to Fortis or a percentage of the franchise fee? For example, could we create an arrangement in this ECA where City of Tucson receives capital investment for its climate action plan goals, and for TEP ratepayers to get relief from their monthly bills? And I see the capital improvements part, and I appreciated the discussion about not being able to get too specific, so I appreciate that. But weatherization is a big one that I think we need more investment in, especially since the ACC repealed requirements for energy efficiency programs. So yeah, those are just a few of my comments for now, but we just had an overall question about, as we receive so many messages and emails and phone calls from constituents, what's the best way to transmit that information to ensure that we have like an organized process and that people's concerns are filtering through?
Councilmember Schubert, the City of Tucson's comment form is still open, and that would be my first recommendation, so that we have it all in one place.
So when people call, we can be like, thank you so much. Can you use the form, please?
Yes,
Okay.
the form would be great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just to address a couple of things. The escalator instead of inflation increase, which is part of the current draft ECA, was done because inflation could hinder the escalator, so inflation could actually lower the percentage added every other year to the investment in the stakeholder investment into our climate action plan. So that was discussed. The other thing that was discussed is what I keep hearing, that $2 million is not enough. I guess for me, it's how do you connect the investment coming from the stakeholders into our climate action plan in a way that we could, both parties could sign out on the dotted line. This has been a back and forth, and as was said at the table, there has been a lot of negotiation. We started at a very different number than we are right now. I guess for me, my question is, what is it that we can do with $2 million a year? And how does that escalator function so that we can put that $2 million investment and then rely on the 2%? I don't know if, Roy, if you want to talk about it.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, so that would be part of like the implementation strategy to define like the guidelines and parameters around what can be done and what is prioritized with those $2 million. Just to provide you with an example, you funded a solar empowerment program and you dedicated $900,000 to that program. And so far, 15 public housing units solar panels were set in 15 public housing units and 29 residential homes and low-income homes. And so that's what the dollar amount contributed. I do want to say that it wasn't all grant funds, or it didn't cover 100% of the system, but it did cover over 50%. And so that's one example that we essentially will, further investigate and see what we could do.
Mr. Tamir.
Mayor, if I could add to that, having a known steady stream of income allows us two opportunities on top of what it could buy directly. One is if there was a desire for a larger investment earlier on in the program, we could borrow against that revenue stream once we know it's set and coming. If let's say there was a $15 million investment we wanted to make in year 4, we don't have to wait for 7.5 or 8 years to get there. We could actually borrow against that revenue stream and actually get more work done earlier. So having a steady and fixed escalator helps us with that conversation. And the other is, it actually becomes a leveraging source for us to pursue additional grant funding through other funders, whether it's the federal government, state government, philanthropy, you name it. When we have identified historically a steady funding source for something, we're almost always able to turn that and leverage it into 2 or 3 times the amount of money that we actually have in hand. We do that in every program we have across the city. So that's the $2 million with an escalator is important. It would go from 0 now to that number, and then that number becomes a known leverage point for us to acquire additional dollars into climate work.
Alrighty, Councilmember Barajas, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Fatima, for all the work you've been doing. I was at that town hall last year and walked away just learning so much. And I think, moving forward, we can bring more people to the conversation, have more diverse voices participate in, the comments and just in the meetings in general. So I was glad to hear that you extended that invitation to more Spanish-speaking, neighbors. I know we touched upon that, while this is a citywide agreement, we must ensure that those frontline neighborhoods are at the forefront, because here at Ward 5, we have the hottest neighborhoods. Our residents pay a higher bills for their energy costs, and we're exposed to more heat. So with that said, I would love if we can work to bring more trusted partners to the table. So when I look in the audience of these meetings, I don't see the same faces that attend every single meeting, virtual, in person. I would really hope that we can diversify our community, because these conversations are really dense. They're sometimes talking about green energy, and sustainability could be very intimidating, but I know we can make it relatable and accessible. And I would also love if we can bring up the conversation around the Arizona Corporation Commission, because I know a lot of our residents are not aware of how that model is run and how the commissioners have a lot more control than they may think. So if we can bring that up. And I did have a follow-up question of what oversight structure will be in place to ensure that $2 million annual investment produces measurable outcomes, and will we as mayor and council have input on how the funds are prioritized? Thank you.
Can I take a crack at that, Councilmember? And I think those are two of those are very important questions. Well, the other one's great too. I mean, I want to make sure, but more importantly, I think that's why the mayor and the manager and the negotiators sort of pushed back on that initial sort of structure of grants and that sort of thing, because really what we're looking at right now is a wonderful opportunity for the city, the mayor and council, and the community to come together and decide how they want to both leverage that $2 million, but also how they want to spend it and how they want to impact the climate action plan specifically. It really opens up a wide variety of options for the mayor and council and the community. And I think this is just the beginning. It's sort of a beginning of a conversation, right? I mean, this is not this is what's happening. And that agreement, and the reason why the agreement is sort of vague on that implementation piece is for that very reason, to ensure that no matter what happens, if we enter into this agreement, the community will have a say in every decision we make, either through CCES or with the mayor and council's input and any other variety of ways. I did want to comment also on what you said about the community involvement and what the community looks like, right? I was also very surprised, because I was a part of those meetings as well. I was very surprised. Yeah, and I was very surprised that a lot of the folks that I hadn't seen before in the Spanish language meetings as well, just asked about education. They just really wanted to know what their power options were, where it comes from. They wanted to know more. And I think there's a real opportunity there to create some education pieces along with that climate action plan as well.
And Vice Mayor.
I feel like all of y'all kind of took different of the points that I wanted to contribute to this conversation. I think, it doesn't sound like we're giving any direction today, like we're just kind of getting updated. I know that to get to this point, it took years of engagement. So again, Fatima, thank you for that. And I know you had stakeholder groups, that you were intentional about reaching out to making sure that our monolingual Spanish-speaking community is also represented, because like Councilmember Barajas said, our communities care about affordability and reliability, and that needs to continue to be our North Star as we have these energy conversations. So again, we have the comment period that's still open. I encourage people to continue to engage, and just going back to what the mayor said, that it doesn't have to be either or, we're trying to do both. And, I think all of us here at the table have shared our commitment to looking at other options, when it comes to affordability and reliability, and that we can be on this course of doing both things. And thank you for getting us to this place, and looking forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I too agree that for far too many things, I think the community says either or, right? It's either this, perfect, or nothing. And we've had a conversation at this table most recently that all of us unanimously approved the idea of the study of public power. And it's important for us to be able to have deliberate, well-informed, fact-driven conversation about what are the options that we have. I think right now with the ECA, we have an incredible opportunity, not ever seen in Arizona, and seen only in a handful of cities across the country, to be able to receive shareholder funds above the franchise fees that a private utility company pays. That's about $15 million that the franchise fees are. So it's on top of, and the opportunity to be able to have continued participation by our community, because I think that this is something that we've discussed with TEP. I know that the Tucson Greater Climate Coalition met last week. They really like to see their ideas on the ECA. They did comment that $2 million was not enough, and I think that's the one comment that I hear across the board. They would rather see a 20-year contract and a chance at review at year 5 and years 10, and that's something, Roy, that you and I have talked about. Can you clarify for us that review process, and then I'll go to Councilmember Cunningham.
Sure. So the current proposed franchise would allow for TEP in the city to review at the 10 and 20-year mark at this point, that certain provisions of the franchise, just to make sure they're working, make sure that things like the reporting and things like undergrounding and those sort of things, to make sure that we're all on the same page. Ultimately, though, I would just sort of push back a little bit, just with the understanding that because we now have this unique structure with the ECA and the franchise, if at any point we decide, hey, this is not really working for us, I think that's an opportunity for, obviously, the conversation between TEP and the city to have, but we can have that conversation at any point. If we believe that the ECA is just not functioning well and the franchise is not functioning well, we terminate one and the other one is a notice of termination, then we have to sort of start the whole process over.
Okay.
Not preferable, of course, that we want to do that at any point, but the reality is that the 10 and 20 year, the 25-year term of the franchise really is sort of irrelevant at this point. I understand people's concerns, but the uniqueness of this structure really lends itself to flexibility in a way that I've not seen in the industry so far.
And I think that the reviews, the 5 and 10-year review, we can review every year. We can review every year and see if it's all working out. So the exit clause, I wanted to make sure was very, very clear for both TEP and the city of Tucson, and that it was completely connected one with the other. And so, you know, I think that the 5, 10, 20-year review is superficial because we can actually do those reviews every year with the help of the Commission on Energy and Sustainability. Councilmember Cunningham, and then I think we've run out of time. Today was specifically to have this conversation, to get all of your input, make sure that the community's voices are part of this conversation. And I don't pretend to be the owner of community's input in this. I appreciate you all giving me your perspective in this, and just know that we have been working with many people in the community to make sure that their voices is reflected in this draft. So Councilmember Cunningham.
So I have 3 pieces to this. Number one, I'm really happy to hear that TEP is going to give us all this money for clean energy and sustainable energy. That's great. Are they going to use it against us when they go back to a rate case? I mean, has anybody asked them that question? Because that's probably one of the biggest pieces we need to understand, is that if I don't want to be taking $2 million for them and then going to the ACC on a rate case and going, well, we have to give them $2 million as part of the ACA. I don't want to do that. So I think that's really important. If we're really going to talk about affordability, that's one of the questions that needs to be had. Are they going to be able to use this when they present for a rate case? And when we do talk about this franchise agreement, how many rate cases are they going to go? We have a lot of people who want sustainable energy. Everybody wants that. But at the end of the day, people don't want to have to pay $500 a month for their electric bill. That's really more important. And so I want to make sure we're talking about some of the other things that are kind of real. So I want to know if there's safeguards on whether or not this is going to be part of a rate case. I think that's probably pretty important, and it would help us discuss that with voters. Go ahead, Roy.
Thanks, Councilmember. It's very important to understand that specifically is disallowed in the ECA. So the TEP has agreed to not seek relief for that $2 million in a rate case.
Okay, my second piece is, I really want to talk about whether or not there's any discussion in this with undergrounding, and does any of this go with any of the undergrounding discussion that we've had in the past regarding TEP? That's one of the big inputs from people, is that they want to see more undergrounding, more underground utilities, and is that any part in the ECA? If it isn't, that's fine. I'm just curious.
Thanks, Councilmember. So the undergrounding conversation we've been having with TEP is long and storied. We understand that, but there is some clarifying language within the new franchise, just to clarify everybody's responsibility versus undergrounding. More importantly, though, the ECA does not specifically include any undergrounding language, and the reason why that's important is because again, going to the Vice Mayor's comment earlier, we really want to focus on affordability, and we understand that there's some additional cost related to undergrounding, and so the main focus of the ECA is the Climate Action Plan, and we want to make sure that remained the focus.
Finally, I want to be very clear and I want some assurances that if some of the projects we've talked about, like Donna Liggins, like some of the quote-unquote pseudo-municipalization projects, we're bringing a project to the council on April 17th called the Tucson Renewable Energy Enterprise. I want those assurances that those are going to be protected in this agreement, because those are sustainability. Those are part of what the spirit of this agreement is. And this agreement's open-ended enough, and the Tucson Renewable Energy Enterprise discussion is going to be open-ended enough that they may end up being collaborations instead of adversarial, but I want to make sure that they are protected. And so that's kind of my last piece to this. And I hate to be the cynical one, but again, someone's going to pay. And the last people it's going to be are my ratepayers. That's just not going to happen. So I want to make sure that this is sincere, and this is a foot forward by TEP to being part of the community. I think there is some merit to the idea that we push hard a little for more, or at least we leverage some more. At the end of 25 years, based on my math, I think the payout's about $2.576 million. So we can build out a financial model on how much that's going to be over every other year for 12 and a half years. And I think that can give us some understanding. But at the end of the day, the additional $2.56 million, a lot of it's going to do with how we leverage it and what we use it for. Because if it just goes to one specific piece of the system, then it probably won't make as big a dent as we want it to. So those are my comments for today. But to be a little bit on the other side of it, it's incredible work how much compromise went into this. And you guys did an amazing job, at least dancing through all the different landmines that surround a discussion like this. So I'm very understanding of that, but I'm also going to be a little cynical because of the rate cases over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, and that's something that's in front of the Arizona Corporation Commission. I've invited the community, especially the climate and sustainability community, to get in front of the Arizona Corporation Commission. There are things that the city of Tucson and its mayor and council cannot take or make decisions on when it comes to regulating utilities in our city. We have a franchise, as Councilmember Dahl says, and that is our leverage. And so, again, I want to bring attention to how incredibly important an energy collaboration agreement and being here at this point in time would be. Again, we would be the first city in Arizona to have an energy collaboration agreement with a private utility company. Only a handful in the United States. Again, the city of Tucson is leading on climate action work that we've started more than 5 years ago. So we are in a good place. There has been a lot of conversations, a lot of negotiations, and lots of input from the community. The last 3 town halls were just at the end, right? There's still a comment period that people can comment and submit their comments on, but I look forward to continuing the discussion. We do have to make a decision on the ECA and the franchise and placing those on the ballot, the first meeting in April. And so there is a timeline, I think, that we have in order to finalize the language of the ECA and be able to post it as the final document for the community to see. Roy? You have
Just real quick, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify for folks at home, the decision that you have to make is to enter into the ECA and then vote on whether to place the franchise on the ballot. The ECA doesn't get voted on, it's mayor and council decision.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for the clarity.
Sure, of course.
Anything else? Any other comments, questions? Alrighty. Thank you so much, Fatima. I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you all. Alrighty, so we're moving from item 8 to item 9. Item 9, time has been set aside for an update on the fentanyl opioid public health crisis and discussing related matters pending in front of the Pima County Board of Supervisors and other jurisdictions. Mr. Manager, I know that you're waiting for our team to come up.
Thank you, Mayor. Joining us here at the table, we have the fabulous Lee Hopkins from our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team, and the equally fabulous Stephanie Zamora from our City Manager's team. We've combined these two items for this particular meeting, and it's the kind of local jurisdictions in Pima County, and specifically with the emphasis on the opioid settlement fund and things related to that. And so I turn it over to, are you going first, Lee?
I am.
Lee's up first.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you so much for having me and us. And I just want to compliment everyone's green today. You're looking fabulous. So I'm going to do a quick overview of the opioid settlement funds, as well as some of the work the city's been doing related to the opioid crisis. I'll keep it short and sweet, but if you have follow-up questions, feel free for more details. So our last ROSAC meeting, which was the first one of 2026, took place on February 18th. We have not received any additional funds since October 31st of 2025. So nothing has really come in as far as there's no updates on the totals. I do want to just highlight, apologies for a typo. In the memo, it does say a total of 131 million. That should just say 31 million. Big difference, sorry. And so just to refresh everyone's memory, we've received 31 million to date to our region. That does include what has gone to Sahuarita and Oro Valley. And so the pooled jurisdictions, which is what City of Tucson is a part of, we have received approximately 30.3 million. In December and January, $5.8 million were dispersed to grantees to start to do work in the areas of priorities that we had identified. And so that left $2.2 million unallocated so far. And so ROSAC has been actively working on how we should allocate that. So the only decision that has been made so far was to allocate $300,000 of that 2.2 to revamp and reissue that request for proposals for mobile MOUD. There was a lot of buy-in from you all at the table in that, and making sure that that goes back out and that we are really fostering engagement for providers to apply for that. So that is in process. But that leaves a remaining 1.9 million. So just for folks to have a preview of some of the discussions going on, no decisions have been made yet, but the option of funding another 6 months of the Safer Center is on the table. Also, we, the City of Tucson, myself representing the City of Tucson, have brought up an idea to continue to fund Desert Cove Shelter, but convert it into a recovery center for individuals who are leaving incarceration. That would be able to also provide a safety net for folks who maybe their insurance isn't active yet, so they don't have other options to go to treatment. And it would be population specific to really meet the needs of folks who have had that experience, who are returning citizens. So again, no decision has been made. I look forward to your input. And the next meeting is in April. Just to give a brief overview, and if you have any follow-up questions, I can respond after. The funded agencies are Pima County Justice Services, CPIH, Intermountain Healthcare, Behavioral Health, The Haven, Tucson Indian Center, University of Arizona School of Agriculture, Garden Kitchen, Boys to Men Tucson, LPKNC, PEP, and then CBI, Kodak, and University of Arizona is for SAFER. So quickly, moving on to the SAFER Center, which is one of the big areas of investment. We have seen a significant increase in folks who are going to the SAFER Center and are staying at the SAFER Center. There's a significant number of those referrals coming from the City of Tucson Police Department, as well as Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, as well as CBI transitioning folks from their 23-hour stabilization unit into the SAFER Center to provide more trauma-informed ongoing support and making sure that they can go to the next step. The health department has been providing intensive oversight. They're getting weekly reports that they share with us, and also the University of Arizona's evaluators that are contracted for this project have also been meeting with us and other stakeholders. So we are anticipating a more conclusive report coming out in April, where we'll be able to see more details of that data and any trends that we're seeing and what's working and what needs to continue to be adapted. Then moving on to some of the work that TPD and Community Safety, Health, and Wellness are doing. TPD has continued to focus a lot on deflections, trying to get folks into services away from jail, and so they've accomplished deflecting 111 people in services between October and February. And TPD Core is also using the SAFER Center a lot for deflection purposes. They also have done joint trainings recently for outside partners as well as city staff. One recent one on February 27th was 100 people attended, and it was for all the agencies involved in the Safe City Initiative outreach efforts. And so the curriculum for that day-long training was about city court and community court, discussions with the city prosecutors and public defenders, a wellness discussion for the staff themselves, a Narcan training, a deep dive on opioids and neurological effects, as well as a discussion just about the work that's being done between the city teams. Then moving on to the Safe City deployments. Community Safety, Health and Wellness, TPD Core, and our partners at outreach organizations had one smaller operation, February 17th, at the South Swan and East Valencia area, and then on February 25th at the Alvernon corridor between Grant and Speedway. And so just to refresh everyone, staff have committed to doing one small operation and one large operation each month in areas identified as high need. And so those smaller operations are Operation Clear Path, and that's TPD Core, community safety staff, and a few outreach agencies. Then the larger ones that are on the last Wednesday of each month are called Safe City deployments, and that's TPD Core, but also additional TPD field staff, community safety staff, county transition center, and justice services, as well as some of our additional outreach partners. And last but not least, TPD, in partnership with Community Safety and the county's health department, applied for a grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance called Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Program. And we were granted a 3-year grant. It began about a year ago, so we've gotten through the first phase, which was to integrate the overdose data that is collected by the hospital, the fire department, and the police department that was not integrated before. So there was potential for missing data, duplications. So the first phase of this project was to create a region-wide solid data system so that we have very reliable data about overdoses to then provide follow-up on. Now we are moving into the second phase of that project. Hopefully within the next month, we will be hiring 3 additional people that are funded from that grant 1 will be a program manager and 2 will be navigators. I want to just correct, in the memo, it said 1 navigator, but it's actually 2. At the time that I wrote this, it was only 1 published, but we're excited there's going to be 2. So basically, they will work together to provide follow-up and really go and visit people after an overdose within 48 hours. And part of the first phase, in addition to integrating the data and making sure that we have reliable knowledge about who to visit and when, they also developed like a risk assessment so that we know, can it be just the navigators who go out, or does it also need to be a co-response with TPD? So that is going to be staffed very soon, and we're really excited about getting that work going. Thank you, that was all. Any
Thank you so
questions?
much, Lee. Stephanie, did you want to jump in?
I do. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I prepared a report for you all outlining some updates at the level of Pima County, Miranda and Sahuarita, as well as Rio Nuevo and the U of A. But one of the most exciting updates is related to the adoption of Pima County's 10-year regional housing strategy. And we want to acknowledge the significant investment from Pima County to the Wildcat. The Wildcat is projected to serve approximately 1,620 households for over 9 years. And as such, the county has committed an estimated $1.1 million in annual operating funding for the Wildcat beginning in fiscal year 28 as city funding sunsets. So it's very exciting, and we are very grateful. For 9 years. Thank you, City Manager. So with that, I'll leave it on a high note, and thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. That is wonderful news, and I want to thank my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors for their willingness to support the innovative programs that we have in the city of Tucson. I think Councilman Lee, your rich cousin paying the bill comment at the joint meeting really was helpful. But it really, their commitment on the Board of Supervisors to invest in housing and now including low barrier shelter is great news. So thank you to our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors in Pima County for this incredible investment. I just wanted to thank you all for such an amazing update. Our Housing First, our community safety, health, and wellness teams, our police officers, our multidisciplinary outreach team, Justin Hamilton, Brandon Champion, you, Lee, and every single volunteer and nonprofit organization that partners with us every day to connect people to treatment versus incarceration is very important. We have put forward research-backed strategies that actually work. And we are showing success and really connecting at an incredible pace, especially with our Safe City initiative. I get so happy when I see 111 people have been deflected into services. That not only saves us money from incarceration, but it actually puts people into the services that they need the most. And I know that our core team is doing yeoman's work and love the Safer Center. I've been told this by a police officer. We love the Safer Center because it takes them 5 minutes to deflect a person into treatment. They have their very specific entry at the Safer Center. And so it is a nice, warm handoff that our police officer could connect a person to possibly life-changing work. So thank you so much. Appreciate the update. I appreciate all of the efforts from every single department that plays a role in this. And I'm looking forward to our continued work as we move forward. The one question I did have, and I'll just, open it up for my colleagues after, it's something that we talked about with the Board of Supervisors. It's the gaps in service. And I know that Pima County Public Health Department put a gaps analysis together. I just wonder how we connect that gaps analysis and then continue doing that work from our joint meetings to find the gaps so that we could start creating those, I would say, bridges to or programs for those gaps. So, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to add to the work outside of our joint meetings with the Pima County Board of Supervisors and how we can fill the gaps that exist still.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. So Assistant City Manager Liz Morales continues to lead the Safe City Task Force meetings, but she also oversees Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, the Office of Violence Prevention and Intervention, and the related services that all kind of stitch around those efforts. And we do owe some follow-up to the joint meeting that County Administrator Lesher and I need to just finalize some reporting on that. But that work does continue. We are actively not just doing the things that we've talked about previously, but continuing to innovate in the new space and identify those gaps and how we can and work to fulfill them. While we took a moment to celebrate the Wildcat Inn and the funding of that, that's an example of a looming gap that was there. That was something that was stood up by the city. It's been funded out of essentially one-time dollars to this point. And it was right at the moment where we were going to have a tough choice to make, and the county stepping forward through an application that the city made has allowed us to be able to continue that process, so that we prevented a gap, and at the same time we need to be identifying and filling the gaps as we go forward. Assistant City Manager Morales, I think I would defer to you on the low barrier shelter gap that we've talked about and some of the recent developments there as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, and council members. Those gaps are certainly part of how we're guiding our Safe City Action Plan, and we will, what I would like to do, and as we do our updates, is connect the work we're doing to those gaps that have been identified. And so we will make sure that we present those gaps and as we're addressing Safe City updates and all our future updates on both unsheltered and opioid.
And Mayor, if I may just add, at the next meeting on April 7th, similar to we've been doing these monthly alternating opioid updates and or unsheltered homelessness updates alternating in the second meeting of the month. When we lean into the April 7th meeting, on the first meetings of the month is when you'll be getting routine Safe City updates. We actually started that with the joint meeting, but we actually have 3 topics teed up for next meeting. And Liz, would you refresh us on what those 3 topics are?
Yes. The first will be the public drug use enforcement and pathways to treatment. The second will be the housing and emergency declaration and how we're looking at site guidelines for safe parking and safe outdoor space. And the third is transit safety and security action plan update. Thank you.
That's great, because now we have funded transit safety and security action plan. So I think we can start moving on that. Already, any questions, comments from our colleagues on the council? Councilmember, I was going to say Councilmember Ulick. Oh my God.
There's worse people to be mistook by.
Councilmember Schubert.
I mean, I think that's a huge compliment. I'll keep it really brief. Thank you so much for all the work. I'm such a fan of Cashew and of just hearing these updates about the efforts. We hear from constituents every single day who are asking, what is the city doing about these problems? And so it's so helpful to get just timely information, because I'm so anxious to share that with the people that we are working for, so that they know that every effort's being made, that innovation is happening, and that thoughtful people are engaged in the work. So I just want to appreciate you and give you flowers. And then just really quick, I noticed in the memo that it said that there was a deployment in the Alvernon corridor between Speedway and Grant, and we'd love to get that information. We get calls about Speedway and Alvernon all the time. So it's also helpful to share out numbers from these deployments.
For sure. I will follow up with my colleagues and Justin Hamilton and get that information to your office. Would all offices like that, or Ward 3 and Ward 6? Okay, great.
I also wanted to remind my colleagues to, now that we're talking about Safe City update item, I would want to remind you that we presented to you the last time that we met with the Board of Supervisors, as well as with them, the draft Safe City Action Plan. Please take a look at it. Please, your voices are important in that action plan. I know the Vice Mayor wants to add pedestrian bicycle safety and security in that action plan. And so please find a space for it in the Safe City Action Plan draft that we shared with you all. Please include your thoughts and make sure that you work with Assistant City Manager Liz Morales to give her your input. Because, I mean, it is a living document. We will be including and changing and moving, and, you know, we are a learning organization. We run with the ideas that are working and are giving us results. We pivot from those that are not, you know, showing data that they're working. So please, I want to remind you to include your voice in the Safe City Action Plan draft. Other than that, I want to thank you all so much. Thank you again for the presentations. Lee, Stephanie, thank you for the great news. We're very happy to hear. And yeah, looking forward to continued work together. Really appreciate you all. Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to item 10. Item 10 has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're trading out Lee Hopkins for Laura Dent, which is an absolutely equal trade. There is no upgrade, downgrade. It's like they're both precisely equally fabulous. And without further ado, I hand it to my colleague, Laura Dent.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager. I will share a federal update to get us started, staying on the theme of housing. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act was recently passed by a strong bipartisan majority in the Senate. That funds a lot of the amazing work in our local jurisdiction. So that bill now moves to the House for further consideration. Additionally, the Department of Justice has appealed a federal court ruling that blocks HUD's proposed changes to how we navigate funding for the unhoused. You might remember that HUD last year did a really abrupt shift away from Housing First, which many local jurisdictions and nonprofits objected to, given the really abrupt change away from Housing First and towards treatment programming. So City of Tucson has been part of those challenges. The administration is now asking a federal appeals court to lift the injunction that has been in place. So we'll keep you posted on litigation surrounding this and how it impacts the city. At the state level, and in relation to some of the conversations that you all had at the table today, there are two bills, a bill and a referral companion, HB 4030 and HCR 2052, which is one of our highest priorities at the legislature. This is the set of bills that would freeze local revenues, rates, and fees for 5 years. This bill is awaiting third read, which is final consideration in the House before it moves to the Senate, but it was recently amended, so I wanted to share an update around that. The moratorium at this point in time, based on where the bill is at, would not apply to principal, interest, and long-term debt service obligations, special improvement districts, or the support of a school district. And the amended bill will also exempt a municipality that has not raised utility rates by 12% or more over the past 4 years, but it only allows increases that are linked to CPI, which is commonly known as inflation. And new rates can be deployed to support the acquisition and delivery of new or additional water resources. So some additional wiggle room in the utility and rates realm. I'm working and going to be engaging with the city's attorney's office to confirm how this will impact the city, but it still ties the hands of local lawmakers pretty severely. So we'll continue to oppose that and welcome your support in engaging with lawmakers around why those are bad for local communities. And to end on an affirmative note, you'll remember SB 1745 is the revenue bill that would have capped TPT rates for Phoenix and Tucson specifically. That bill is no longer moving forward in the Senate. So you know, never say never at the state legislature, but that that has been put on pause. So good news on that front. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dent. Really appreciate your incredible work that you're doing up in the state ledge with our delegation and others that want to work with the city of Tucson. I just wanted to open it up if there's any questions. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Laura, the preemption on the utility increases, if it's passed, when would it affect fiscal year 2027?
So there's two bills. There's a 4030, which is a traditional bill, and then HCR 2052, which would go to the ballot. So those have different timelines, and I'll need to confirm with you. I'm assuming that it wouldn't because there's a time period around implementation after the fact, and you all have to make some decisions about the budget in the immediate future, but I'd like to confirm that and get back to you on it.
Any others? Alrighty, well, thank you so much. I know you're going to keep us informed. Thank you. I know you're going to keep us informed, especially those bills that could go directly to the voters and completely skip the governor, and then any bills that we need to beg and plead the governor to veto, I know are lined up, and I'm willing to do the work. Thank you so much, Ms. Dent. I really appreciate your update. If there's nothing else, well done, as Councilmember Cunningham just said. We move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda for today's regular meeting? Seeing none, we move on to item 12. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Study session is adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting is on Tuesday, April 7th, and we are scheduled to start our regular session at 5:30. See you in a couple of hours. Hopefully, I think I'm gonna take a walk and go pick up some coffee. Thank you all. Item 2C, I would like to welcome the Palo Verde High School boys basketball team who are celebrating their win as the 2026 3A state championship team. Congratulations. And I would like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Paul Cunningham, that brought this item to our attention and that coordinated all of you being here in the Mayor and Council chambers. Mr. Cunningham, I was thinking of inviting all of us down there to celebrate with the team.
Well, we have a proclamation and we have some certificates for the young men who represented us. This was a pretty interesting team in that congratulations to Coach Smith and Coach Mark who built this program. This was actually the second year in a row they made the state final, but they came through victorious this year. Okay. Dramatic pause. But in an interesting situation, the team they beat, Coolidge, was met with some adversity in one of their playoff games, so we served as the perfect hero for them. So Palo Verde not only brings pride to the city of Tucson and to the east side, but to the whole state of Arizona with their championship. So congratulations, boys.
Congratulations. So I'd like to invite my colleagues as well, whoever wants to join us. Alrighty, so if you'd like to all join us up here, you could be right here. Look at this. Oh, call them up one at a time. Okay, perfect.
Coach Smith.
Alrighty, so we're gonna do the proclamation first, and then we'll call the students individually, and we have some extra proclamations for you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So proud, so proud. Thank you so much. Alrighty, so on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, we would like to honor the 2026 Palo Verde High School boys basketball team. Whereas Palo Verde High School has a proud tradition of serving the east side of Tucson through excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts, and whereas the Palo Verde High School boys basketball program has achieved remarkable success over the past 4 years, demonstrating perseverance, teamwork, and competitive excellence, including earning the title of state runner-up in 2025. And whereas on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, the Palo Verde High School boys basketball team brought great distinction to their school and community by capturing the AIA 3A boys basketball state championship. And whereas the accomplishments of the 2026 Palo Verde High School boys basketball team reflect extraordinary hard work, dedication, unity, sportsmanship, and their championship victory is a source of joy, honor, and pride to the entire Tucson community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, recognize and honor the 2026 Palo Verde High School boys basketball team for their outstanding achievement and commend the players, coaches, and supporters and parents for representing our community with excellence and pride. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 17th day of March, 2026. On behalf of Mayor Regina Romero, Councilmember Paul Cunningham, the Tucson City Council, and the residents of the City of Tucson, we proudly recognize and honor the accomplishments of the 2026 Palo Verde High School boys basketball team. Your victory in the 3A state championship reflects extraordinary hard work, dedication, unity, and sportsmanship. Your success is a source of joy, honor, and pride for the entire Tucson community. given under my hand and the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, this 17th day of March 2026, the award of appreciation and recognition to the 2026 Palo Verde High School boys basketball team 3-8 state championship. Congratulations. Do you want to say something?
All right, you guys ready to meet your champions? Let's first of all present the copper letter to Coach Smith. This is for Coach Smith. We made one for you, and we made one for the school to hang at Palo Verde. And this is what the mayor just said, basically. So congratulations for that. Here's 2 copies of the proclamation for you and the principal to also hang. All right. Also, Coach, for you, you're going to stay right here. This is your certificate of appreciation from the city of Tucson. All right. But guess what? I think we shouldn't just leave it. It's not all about one guy. What about Coach Mark Apicola? Where's he at? And our freshman coach, this is a very special young lady, Joe Ortiz. And then we also have this is an excellent young man. I just had the chance to meet him, Fernando Ayala. And next to him should be Ethan Graves. And next to him is Gio Riola.
And you can start lining up on this other side as well.
Next we have Jared Benegas. Next we have Timote Nasabimana. Next we have the leading scorer, Rashad Ortiz. Next we have Sir Lance Brown. Next we have Santo Vitor. Next we have Loki Norris van der Zee. Next we have Christian White. Next is Cameron Pippin. This is Noah's. I've got yours somewhere. All right. Next we have Kamalu Ortiz. A couple of notes about Cameron and Kamalu. Cameron was their senior point guard. I think it was their only senior starter, so he's a special young man. Give him a round of applause. And then one more, I've got Jordan Noble. And then the other one with Kamalu, Rashad's brother, what Coach told me earlier today was they weren't going to win unless he played well, and he played very well. So give him a round of applause as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Palo Verde High School State Championship basketball team. Let's take some pictures. Come on in, everybody.
Ready? If you
Come
can
on,
all
boys, come on
squish
down here.
in.
We're all going to take a picture.
You're very, very tall, so we might not show up. Oh, there you go. There you go. Come on in. Come on. Where's Paul?
This is cool. It belongs to the city. I just want to touch it.
Come on. Yes. Good job.
So Jordan, we don't have Jordans. We need to find Jordans.
Congratulations, team, and we could keep it, but don't forget your trophy. All righty, item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 70 dated March 17th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report, please?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There is a motion to approve the appointment of Logan Green to the Public Art and Community Design Committee, Amy Martin to the Landscape Advisory Committee, Mauro Trejo to the Barrio Histórico Historic Zone Advisory Board, Christopher Doman at the West University Historic Zone Advisory Board, and Melinda Gomez to the Pima County Tucson Women's Commission. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve your city. We appreciate your service. Any discussion on these appointments? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank Logan Green for being the Ward 3 appointment to the Public Art and Community Design Committee. He's a musician and youth music educator, and he was the founder of Groundworks Tucson, which is a revolutionary nonprofit promoting a youth-driven music and arts community. Happens to be located in Ward 3.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 65 dated March 17th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, we see a lot of yeses, so we'll start on this end first. Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to start off my current event report with a traffic violence update as part of my commitment to supporting safer streets. I just want to call attention to serious car crashes that have happened since the last council meeting. So I'm doing this at every current event report in the hopes that someday I don't have any to report. Okay, so since the last mayor and council meeting on March 5th and March 14th, there were two separate shootings related to road rage. So these were within a week of each other. That really stood out to me. The first one was after a 2-vehicle crash in which one driver was fatally shot after confronting the other driver. And both of these drivers were in their early 30s. The incident that happened on March 14th happened after one driver, a 29-year-old, became upset following a lane change dispute, and he shot into the other car from his car. It's really fortunate that there were no other injuries or fatalities related to these shootings because it could have been much worse. And it just really underscores the fact we need to focus on safer roads through the 5 E's: enforcement, education, encouragement, engineering, and evaluation, and also on advocating for common sense gun laws. On March 9th, around 4:30 a.m., there was a 2-vehicle crash in which one driver was pronounced dead at the scene and the other was transported to a hospital with minor injuries. March 10th, there was a crash with a serious injury after a driver lost control of his vehicle and was ejected when it rolled over. At least one person suffered serious injuries in a rollover crash on March 15th as well. And a 24-year-old woman was killed on March 12th when she was thrown from the vehicle she was riding after the driver ran a red light and crashed. So again, this is something that I firmly believe is a top priority of people across Tucson, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, and that there are things that we can do as a mayor and council to reduce the risk of more of these incidents happening. Moving on to past current events, on March 7th, I had the opportunity to attend a small groundbreaking ceremony for Freedom Park's new community garden as part of the 29th Street Thrive Zone project. It was a beautiful event. They are going to build a new community garden, and it's part of creating more community connectedness in the 29th Street Thrive Zone. And on March 8th, I had the pleasure of co-leading a community bike ride with Vice Mayor Lane Santa Cruz to commemorate International Women's Day. We had a leisurely 10-mile ride from Ward 5 to Ward 1 to Ward 6, where we had a break, and then we rode back to Ward 1. It was pretty slow. We had burritos. We had water at the Ward 6 office, and it was great to welcome everybody to the space. If you haven't made it out to the Ward 6 office, we're open for walk-ins Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then some current events. As you know, you probably know already, Attorney General Mays has been gathering testimony for the TEP rate case. So we've been including this information in our Ward 6 newsletter. There is a March 19th session. There's also another opportunity to offer your testimony in person or by phone on March 23rd. We're happy to share that flyer with anybody who needs it. But if you hadn't had a chance to share the impact of rate increases, you should. We need as many people to speak up as possible. I also wanted to update people who are interested in the Tucson Bifusion facility. We shared in our last newsletter that facility's opening is delayed until at least July of 2026 due to unexpected circumstances this winter, including storms, electrical infrastructure, and securing permits needed to begin construction. While this news is not ideal, we have been in contact with Brian Ellison of Bifusion, and he's based in Tucson. He's been super helpful, so if you have any questions about the facility or about the recycling program, we in the Ward 6 office can connect you. And then finally, I want to congratulate Logan Phillips as the 2026 to 2029 Tucson Poet Laureate. This 3-year honorary post began on March 1st, and it recognizes Logan Phillips' blend of literary achievement and community engagement. This is in partnership with the Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona and the University of Arizona Poetry Center. So again, congratulations, Logan. And that concludes my current event report.
And don't forget the city of Tucson, because we
I forgot. I'm so sorry.
Councilmember Barajas.
I said we named him. Yeah. That's right.
I would like to take some time to thank everyone who participated and made their voices heard in the Propositions 418 and 419 election. The RTA Next plan and corresponding sales tax have been approved and will take effect July 1st, 2026. Last Thursday, our office, along with you, the mayor, and our vice mayor, celebrated the $1.2 million green stormwater infrastructure project along South 12th Avenue. We hosted a community cleanup and a safe city deployment connecting our unhoused neighbors with resources. Huge thanks to Storm to Shade, the Office of Economic Initiatives, Small Business Center, Housing First, Team Up to Clean Up, the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, and everyone else who helped make this holistic investment a reality for long-term community benefit. After the cleanup, our office participated in Borton Elementary School's Career Day. It was a great opportunity for me to introduce students and staff to who their local representation is, explain what a council member does, and how they can get involved in local government. Over the weekend, I attended the Rodeo Parade Committee Appreciation Dinner and Dance. I want to thank Stan Martin, the Tucson Rodeo Parade Committee Chairman, and Herb Wagner, Secretary of the Committee, for all their hard work and dedication. We cannot wait for next year's parade. If you would like to learn more about the history of the parade, please reach out to the Tucson Wagon and History Museum located at 4823 South 6th Avenue. On Sunday, our Ward 5 office hosted a community iftar dinner to break the fast and celebrate Ramadan. I want to give a special thank you to our Ward 5 team who organized this gathering, and to all the families who attended this beautiful dinner. It was wonderful to host so many of our Ward 5 neighbors. We were able to connect and celebrate the spirit of togetherness. I want to congratulate Sunnyside High School graduate Audrey Jimenez, who became the first ever NCAA All-American and National Champion from the Lehigh University in 2026 in the NCAA Women's Wrestling National Championships, the first official NCAA's Women's Wrestling Championship. What a historic achievement and a fantastic way to celebrate Women's History Month. I would also like to invite our Tucson community to celebrate the world premiere of Anita by Borderlands Theater, a powerful musical of hope playing at the Leo Rich Theater starting April 2nd until the 19th. Finally, I want to offer my condolences for Dr. Celso Villegas, who passed away on March 9th. Dr. Villegas served for more than 25 years as the first and only executive director of the Tohono O'odham Nation's Water Resources Department. He was a champion for educating our youth on natural resources, addressing climate change, and encouraging stewardship of the land. His legacy will not be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilman Lee?
No announcements, Mayor.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, it's going to get hot out there, so please be careful on any events this weekend. I have one announcement. It seems early. Not this Saturday, but the Saturday next, March 28th. Parks and Rec are doing an extravaganza at near Donna Ligon's Recreation Center at Doris J. Thompson Park. That's at 2000 North 4th Avenue. It's on Saturday from 10 to 1. It's free entry. Families can enjoy music, games, prizes, egg hunts. Bring your own basket or bag to do the collection. And it's timed entry for the kids. So 2 and under at 11 a.m., 3 and 4 is at 11:30, 5 to 7 is at noon, 8 to 12 at 12:30. Bring your own baskets. The Easter Bunny will be there, and we'll be taking photos. I will have my photo taken with the Easter Bunny from 10 to 11 and 11:30 and 12:30. My friend wanted to remind you to come so that you can collect eggs. Isn't today St. Patrick's Day? This must be a St. Patrick's Day egg. And this little chick wanted to remind you, it's not really bunnies that produce the eggs. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Cunningham?
I've got a few of them. One, the free Lego build events are going on at the zoo, and that's going to be March 21st from 5 to 8:30 at the zoo. There's another one April 25th, and this is an opportunity for kids to build Legos. I think it's really cool. 2, the spring concert series at Palo Verde Park Ramada continues this month. This Sunday, you can enjoy some soul music from Mama's Kitchen Sink, and March 29th will be local folk artist Ben Tully. Both concerts will be at 4:30 p.m. at Palo Verde Park. While we have the Palo Verde High School basketball team here and talking about Palo Verde Park, we should probably mention that we will be dedicating the Judith Blair Basketball Center at Palo Verde Park sometime in mid-May. More details to come. I want to extend my condolences to Anna, the widow of John Galas, former FC Tucson U of A women's soccer coach. He passed away from cancer after being diagnosed. He actually went to raise money for cancer, and he was an inspiration to a lot of young athletes in Tucson. He worked with the University of Arizona Wildcats, FC Tucson, and the RSL Academy. And I just want to extend my condolences. That's a big loss to our community. Okay, so this is the worst announcement I have to make about Fort Lowell Pool. I put it in my newsletter, and I want to let everybody know what's going on. About 3 or 4 months ago, we discovered there was a leak in the drain underneath the pool at Fort Lowell Pool. Now, that pool is 71 years old, and we could not find where the water is. We tried every little trick in the book with x-rays and scopes, but we didn't want to spend too much money doing it. So we're going to cut a small hole in the shell of the pool and try to locate the leak and hopefully be able to line the current drain, plug the leak, and restore the pool. It's a $60,000 to $70,000 risk to the taxpayers. But if it works, we get our pool back. If we crack the shell, or we can't find the leak, or a sinkhole is developed, we're going to have to close that pool. And it's a special pool, And as a contingency, I want to announce tonight that I'm already going to work with some of our community members and stakeholders to raise the money to build a new Olympic pool there. So I just wanted to let people know out of transparency how important it is for government to tell you what you're thinking. And so that's what's going on with Fort Little Pool. We're going to, hopefully we can get it restored, maybe even this summer. But if you hear somebody complaining about the Fort Little Pool being closed this summer, you can say, you know, I was at the meeting where the city council explained why. So thanks for indulging me on that, and everybody have a great week. And one big more round of applause for Palo Verde, but also our University of Arizona Wildcats, all right?
Vice Mayor?
Hi, Mayor, thank you. Trying to get my notes in order right here. Let's see, we've had a busy weekend. I have the privilege to take over all of your weekend events when you're out of town representing the city of Tucson. So I had the opportunity to be at the Tucson Festival of Books, the author's table dinner for our 17th annual. I can't believe it's 17 years. Is that right? That's, all right, I guess we're getting old. This evening was brought together with an inspiring group, including our poet laureate, T.C. Tolber, who was stepping down, and I had such an amazing evening talking about poetry with him, and our Congresswoman, Adelita Grijalva. We had the honor of sitting at the table with the author Carol Maldo, celebrate her work, including her new book, Go Figure. It was a beautiful evening, just continues to highlight the strength of Tucson's arts and literacy community. So thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to be there. And then that same evening, we also attended the Pima County Community Land Trust Quince celebration. So I had the opportunity to be there and read a proclamation on behalf of the mayor recognizing the Land Trust's longstanding commitment to affordable housing in our community. And I was especially grateful to have the opportunity to acknowledge our own Assistant City Manager, Liz Morales. So thank you, Liz, for your tireless work in championing affordable housing and all, your different hats that you play, as well as our representative, Betty Villegas. And so I really want to thank them for their leadership and their advocacy. On Sunday, I also had the opportunity to attend the Southern Arizona AIDS Foundation Out Brunch at Tohono Chul. And always that event leaves me feeling energized from the love, the pride, the resilience of our community. I think we raised over $200,000 that day. So incredible work. And I just want to thank all the awardees that were honored that day, including my dear friend, Dr. Jamie Lee, and Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva, who received the Richard Elias Public Servant Award. So I'm just super grateful for all the work community does, the Out Brunch benefits, the vital programs and services of SAFE, and I want to thank the staff for creating the space, for all of us to connect. This Saturday, March 21st, is World Water Day celebration at Verdugo Park in Barrio Kroger Lane from 8 to 10 a.m. Sonoran Institute, the Wilderness Society, Favor Celestial, Tucson Clean and Beautiful in Ward 1 will be coming together to celebrate and put in some sweat equity into the community. We're asking for volunteers to help us care for the Santa Cruz River corridor while learning about watershed health, conservation, and the importance of water in our desert environment. All ages are welcome. Please come prepared with closed-toe shoes, sun protection, and a reusable water bottle. And then on Saturday, March 28th, we have the Kennedy Park Improvement Ribbon Cutting at Kennedy Park. We'll be meeting at the Northwest Ball Fields between 9 and 10 a.m. Join the City of Tucson, community members, local partners for ribbon cutting, celebrating and highlighting the latest improvements to Kennedy Park, including a new dog park, shaded playground, and upgraded ball fields. The events will take place at the new ball fields during the Little League opening ceremonies, marking an exciting investment in our community spaces that include youth recreation. All are welcome to attend. And then on Monday, March 30th, we have the Women's Leadership Forum from 6 to 7 p.m. So join Congresswoman Ailita Grijalva, myself, and other local leaders for a powerful conversation in honor of Women's History Month. We'll be highlighting the role of women in driving change, breaking barriers in our communities. This forum will center leadership, resilience, and collective power. To attend, you do need a RSVP, and you can do that at grijalva.house.gov/womenlead. And then on Tuesday, March 31st, we have the Tucson Town Hall on Extreme Heat and Climate Accountability at Donna Liggins Recreation Center, 2160 North 6th Avenue between 5:30 and 7:30. Join public, citizen, Veterans Power America, Common Defense, and community partners for an important conversation on how extreme heat is impacting Tucson and what we can do to respond. This town hall will bring together local leaders, Congresswoman Grijalva and myself included, and residents to discuss climate solutions, equity, and accountability. All are welcome to attend. Also, appreciate if we would RSVP. And so those are all my events, Mayor. But I did, you and I put out, a post earlier today, and I did want to recognize that because typically this time of year, we'd be talking about our Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta march and rally. And so I just wanted to take a moment to address some of the concerning news, that came out today. And for those who might not have heard, many groups across the country have chosen to cancel or amend their events commemorating Cesar Chavez as they learned of allegations of sexual abuse. The Arizona Cesar Chavez Holiday Coalition has renamed this year's event on this coming Saturday to the Comunidad y Labor Unity Fair. I am devastated to learn about this concerning behavior. The extent of the harm will take time to fully reckon with, and I support Tucson groups that are choosing to pause this year, shift their focus towards centering labor organizing. As this holiday approaches, we should redirect our appreciation to the thousands of farm workers, especially women, who fought for better wages, dignity, and safer working conditions. These victories were bigger than one individual because they required collective action. Everyone who's participated in protests, strikes, or marches deserves to be celebrated. And I also want to be honest about something deeper, that this is not an isolated situation. Harm in movement spaces is too common, and too often it has been minimized or pushed aside in the name of protecting the work or the legacy of individuals. That has not protected our communities, it has not protected our women and children, and we have to do better. As a mama, I'm holding what this kind of violence does to our children. My parenting and leadership have been rooted in creating conditions where our children can live and grow with dignity. And that has to be true in our homes and in our movements. So in this moment, our responsibility is to center survivors, to listen and create conditions where accountability is real. The United Farm Workers and the Cesar Chavez Foundation have announced they will provide a confidential independent channel for people to come forward. As a leader here in Tucson, I will help amplify these resources as they become available in Arizona. And we can both, in this moment, hold pride while also holding the truth. And that's what is meant to honor the full legacy and to build something stronger moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First and most importantly, thank you so much for covering as Vice Mayor for me all this weekend. It was a very busy weekend, so I put you to work. And thank you so much for doing such an amazing job and adding your words and presence to so many activities in the community. I too put out a statement on the allegations that are being weighed against Cesar Chavez, and I'm personally devastated. There are allegations of serious abuse, that Chavez engaged in inappropriate behavior with women and minors during his time as president of the United Farm Workers of America, as reported by the Cesar Chavez Foundation. I know how important it is to make sure everyone knows help and resources are available to people who need them right now. We must believe survivors and help all heal. My parents and other farm-working families in Somerton, Arizona, and across California and Arizona participated in the United Farm Workers fight for better wages, for better working conditions. And my family was one of them. The changes that Chavez and the United Farm Workers brought to working families and people working in the fields were significant. And our family was the beneficiary of those changes. Later, as a council member, I led the effort to create a city holiday to recognize that work. And more recently, me and my council colleagues added Dolores Huerta to the name of the holiday, which honors workers and the movement. Moving forward, we will consider with the input of the community on how to address the name of the holiday while continuing to honor workers and acknowledging the work that still needs to be done. I hope that our community comes together at the Comunidad y Labor Unity Fair on Saturday, and that we all remain committed to the ongoing fight for justice, equity, and worker rights. La lucha sigue. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for really helping me process this information. You've been around and have been able to help me through this. It's hard because it is an identity that I carry. But we also have to remember that movements for peace and justice and equality are not centered on one individual. It is a collective movement that we all take a part of and form in. So thank you so much. And on to a happier note, I too am very, very happy that we were able to announce our new poet laureate, Logan Phillips. This has been such a meaningful and carefully crafted process that I have had the honor to take a part of. When I first became mayor, T.C. Tolbert was our poet laureate, and it was a position created by my predecessor, Jonathan Rothschild, who himself was a poet. And T.C. Tolbert hung on and was the poet laureate for many years until we figured out a process with the Arts Foundation. And I want to especially thank Kelly Way, my staff at the mayor's office, Genesis Cubilla, Charlene Mendoza, and Jackie Ortiz that have helped us through our Somos Uno cultural heritage strategy that mayor and council unanimously approved. My office is going to pay for the position. It's just a small, tiny token of the representation, but I wanted to make sure that we professionalized the office or the position of poet laureate. I want to thank T.C. Tolbert for his amazing work in playing such an important part of being the voice of Tucson for so many years, and he was so gracious. He was part of the panel as well as my office, as well as a representative of the Arts Foundation of Tucson. So I just want to again thank our new poet laureate, Logan Phillips. It was a wonderful process that he went through. He gave us wonderful ideas. I believe that his words reflect the Sonoran Desert, and it's important to continue with the poet laureate tradition. So I am looking forward to Logan Phillips continuing the work that T.C. Tolbert started. So thank you all. Thank you for helping me process such a difficult day and being able to talk about it here at this table because it needs to be talked about. So again, on a good note, thanks Logan Phillips for his service. Also, I wanted to talk about TPD awards that I attended last Thursday. I was honored to recognize our TPD officers and professionals who serve Tucson with an unwavering dedication and integrity to protect our community. At the TPD Annual Award Ceremony, I was especially excited to recognize one of our very own TPD officers, Lisa Jeffrey, for a Medal of Distinguished Service. She is part of my security detail. Every day, TPD is making meaningful change in our communities. From our Safe City initiative, I have seen firsthand how TPD is leading in evidence-based policing that has the perfect balance of accountability and compassion. Their actions, both seen and unseen, are the foundation of our public safety. The TPD Annual Awards served as a reminder that behind every badge is a person who cares deeply about Tucsonans they serve. And it is through their service that we are able to live in a safe, thriving, and resilient city. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 66, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing for tonight, I would like to thank our staff for hosting another one of our Safe City events called Hope in the Park. Hope in the Park was a one-day, one-stop resource gathering for unsheltered individuals that was held Friday, March 6th in Freedom Park. The event was sponsored by the Multidisciplinary Outreach Team and Housing First. Services offered included health screenings, legal help, behavioral health assistance, shelter and housing help, free clothing, haircuts, animal care, VA benefits, food, and more. And while we're on the topic of our own Safe City initiative, it was also really, the mayor helped us join a national effort to reduce crime. Mayor Romero and other governmental leaders and community members recently announced local participation in an initiative called Scaling Safety, joining 4 other cities that work with nonprofits to help strengthen community-based safety strategies, proven to prevent violence and support victims and survivors. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All righty, and we move on to item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 69, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 4 applications for new licenses, 1 owner transfer, 10 applications for special events, and 1 acquisition of control. All applications are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 5, 5C 1 through 10, and 5D 1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Your Honor, I wanted to let our awardees know they don't have to stay for the whole meeting. We're going to be here a while.
So if the awardees, you are always free to stay if you'd like, or you are also free to go if you'd like. We can make a little bit of time.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, at this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and city council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at the meeting. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you're called to speak. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then it will turn red and beep when your time is up. At that time, please conclude your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk, and I do have a nice pack of people that want to call, that want to speak at call to the audience. If you do hear someone say what you were intending to say, you can cut up your remarks just so that you could give as much room for as many people to speak to us. Our first speaker is Najila Hummer.
Am I waiting or do I start?
No,
Okay.
please, go
Hi.
ahead.
My name is Nejla Hummer. I'm a resident of Pima County and I work as an organizer with Amphi Liberation Mutual Aid, or ALMA. For the past 1.5 years, ALMA has held a weekly mutual aid event in the Amphi neighborhood where we invite the neighborhood to give and receive a hot meal, hygiene items, and other life-supporting services. I'm here tonight to tell you the story of a neighbor who is at risk of homelessness due to failed Section 8 inspections. We've been working to provide support to this neighbor since the issue came to our attention last fall with the goal of keeping them housed. I'm here to ask you to halt all Section 8 evictions in the city while we work on a better system to keep people housed. Our neighbor was homeless before being awarded Section 8, which means that they've experienced the trauma and violence of living on the streets. They've also been dealing with chronic physical and mental health problems since they became homeless. And I've personally reached out to the city of Tucson and Old Pueblo Community Services multiple times since last fall, requesting additional support for this person. The city's Section 8 administrators did not provide support after the failed inspection last fall or last month. 2 weeks ago, during a follow-up inspection, I voiced my opinion that our neighbor needed a different type of housing support, such as housing in conjunction with case management. OPCS representatives advised me that to qualify for such services, our neighbor would have to lose their voucher, be evicted, become homeless again, and then complete a new intake form to reapply for housing and services. I wasn't surprised to hear this, but I think we can all agree that there's something very wrong with our system if it's operating this way. Repeatedly in my work, I see evidence of the violence inflicted on unhoused folks, people with disabilities, people with substance use disorder by our city, county, and federal governments. Current strategies utilized by the city are not protecting these people, no matter what you say. But you, Mayor and Council, you're in a really great position because you have the power to change the system if you desire to. I hope you have the courage to start protecting vulnerable people in our community. Specifically, I ask that you halt Section 8 evictions while we work on a better system. This is especially critical now that the city has closed the wait list for Section 8. And we don't have to know how to solve a problem to know that what we're currently doing is failing people in really dangerous ways. I ask you to please be brave and start trying other strategies without knowing what the outcome will be. And if you'd like additional information about potentially effective strategies, I'm happy to provide them. Thank you.
Thank you. We will share your information with Housing Community Development. Thank you for coming tonight. Patricia Bauele, I think it is. Patricia Bauele. I'm sorry if I've gotten your last name wrong.
That's fine. It's pronounced many different ways. In fact, my name is Patricia Bowerly, but I don't even know how to pronounce it the correct ethnically German way myself. So I have a sister-in-law, though, who pronounces it well, though. I'm a resident of Tucson. I'm here to speak about please ban concentration camps. And I'm representing myself. First, a huge thank you to Tucson City Council for banning immigration and custom enforcement, that is ICE, activities on any and every piece of Tucson property. More similar courageous action is desperately needed. Please non-violently ban concentration camps from your jurisdiction in any area intersecting with your jurisdiction. Please non-violently ban concentration camps, whether referred to as detention centers or by any other name. On or about February 15, 2026, the online news publication entitled Common Dreams published at least 2 different articles documenting that the federal Trump administration has been building out mass detention centers, which are actually concentration camps. and documented why and how the detention centers are actually indeed concentration camps. After immigrants have been imprisoned in those detention centers, they rarely come out. One article entitled "Trump's Concentration Camp Build-Out" includes nearly $40 billion for warehouse conversions, authored by Julia Connolly, cites the following quote: "Germany's concentration camps didn't start as instruments of mass murder, and neither have ours," wrote talk show host Tom Harmon recently. History isn't whispering, it's warning, it's shouting. In addition, might the government choose to use any data centers that seem to fail as additional concentration camps? Moreover, the United States government's Immigration and Customs Enforcement, referred to as ICE, has been routinely violating people's constitutional rights, as documented in part by someone in front of this Tucson City Council on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, during the call to audience. Our federal government has also been majorly violating the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution's right to substantive and procedural due process and equal protection under the laws. Please refer to my letter emailed on March 15th, 2026 to this Tucson City Council. Thank you.
Paul Farrell. Paul Farrell.
Hello, are we on? There we go. My name is Paul Farrell, and I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm here speaking on my own behalf. I wanted to talk about a ACLU program that's set up to help city governments and state governments with not sharing their information with the federal government. Now, this is necessary because of Donald Trump's war on domestic terrorism. Just about anybody can be labeled as a domestic terrorist. So it looks like Trump is going to be going after individuals and groups and different organizations using the FBI, the IRS, and the Department of Justice. Their purpose is to stifle their free speech and maybe even throw a few people into prison. Now, the ACLU's plan is that we would get the mayors of the different cities and the governors to create an executive order that says we're not going to cooperate with the feds. We have I have right here, this is a sample, actually this is a model mayoral executive order provided by the ACLU. This can work as a template for the city attorney to create an actual executive order. Now, some people might say that this would be redundant because the city already provides protection of citizens' private information, but this would add an extra layer of protection and might even help to patch any holes in the coverage. You could say that this would be symbolic, but symbolism is important. You might have seen the presidential inauguration and symbolism that was there. Behind the president were the billionaires. There were 4 out of 5 people there that were the richest people in the world. This is the oligarchy. This is the Epstein class. Now, a member of the oligarchy that was there was Elon Musk, and you might have seen him do the Nazi salute. He did that twice. So what's the symbolism there? I don't know, perhaps fascism? So what I'm afraid that our country, or actually our government, is on the road to becoming a white supremacist, Christian nationalist oligarchy, and we need to stop it. Now, I don't really have time right now to talk about the tariffs and ICE and Cuba. That's going to be our next war. And talk about the $1 trillion budget with the Pentagon and Christian nationalism, crypto, corruption. We're selling pardons out of the White House. We're going to be having voter suppression coming up. So Trump is quickly consolidating his power, and so we need to move fast. We need to get the city and attorney to create an executive order. We get the council to vote on it, and we need to get a signature from the mayor. We need to make some noise about this as well. We need to let the whole world know that Tucson is standing up to this dictator, and this might encourage other cities and state governors to do the same.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, Mr. Farrell, We're going to get your contact information. You did not give us any contact information. And then if you could give us a copy of that ACLU, the city of Tucson, because of the type of government we don't have a strong mayor form of government. I cannot do executive orders unless it's for public health reasons. That's why I was able to do it during COVID. But give us the information and we will be more than happy to look at it. I appreciate your input. Betsy Bogia.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Romero and City Council members. My name is Betsy Boja. I am the current president of the League of Women Voters of Greater Tucson, and I am here to speak in support for funding for the Domestic Violence Firearms Technical Assistant Program, otherwise known as DVF-TAP. To refresh your memories, this program was originally funded by a grant which is no longer available. It provided for police officers to serve court orders and remove firearms from domestic abusers when court ordered. It also paid for a high-risk advocate from Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse to connect victims with needed resources. In addition, it provided for an assistant who coordinated with all involved agencies and entered the prohibited possessor's name into the NICS database so they would be identified in future encounters with law enforcement. Without this program, guns would not be removed from abusers, and studies have proven that a firearm in the house makes it 5 times more likely that an abuser's female victim will be killed. We would be very grateful if you would consider funding all or part of this program since the grant money is no longer available. We realize there are a lot of claims on your limited resources, but the cost of $120,000 a year for this program seems a small price to pay for saving the life of even one domestic violence victim. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Tallis. Rick Tallis. Rick Tallis. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I'll be brief. My name is Richard Tolis. I'm a resident here of Tucson, a retired Air Force Chief Master Sergeant, and a proud former recipient of a mayor's copper letter. I just want to speak in regard to item number 8 that's going to come up on the rezoning, MURDOCK, on Rosewood on the east side of Tucson. This process has been going on for about a year, and we've gone through all the appropriate formal steps, organized the neighborhood, petitioning, did all the appropriate liaisons and dialogue professionally with the developer and the neighbor, the Ward 2 Councilman Cunningham. And I want to tell you that through this process, it's very obvious that the rules seem to be written that enable, I'll say, developers or business people familiar with the process to move through it pretty smoothly or logically. It's very difficult for a citizen, concerned citizen, who wants to responsibly engage in this process to have instruction. If you don't ask the right question to the right person, you'll never find out anything. It was very, very difficult. I led the initiative of our neighborhood. We had 131 people sign a petition. Out of the 90 homes that are being affected in the immediate radius, every single one of them opposed what was being proposed. And we currently have a solution. What the Mr. Marzocco and the zoning examiner presented, deliberated over, heard everybody's justifications. He came up with a very reasonable solution, a compromise. But it was one that provided for up to 25 homes. The rezoning really wasn't an issue because you redefined what Zone 1 is under the Middle Housing Initiative. But they did limit them to no 2-story homes, which was a big issue for the neighborhood. And there's still questions about the water. It's a 4.7 acre lot, and it's got a pitch to it. There's a lot of water that's going to come off of that when they hardscape it. So it remains to be seen how that's all going to work out, but the engineers will figure all that out. I want to thank Councilman Cunningham for his advice and help along the way on some of the technical stuff and his support. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toles. Melissa Cordero. Melissa Cordero.
Where's the other mic that everybody talks into first? Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Cordero, a Ward 1 resident. I'm a veteran and organizer and a proud Fuguista. And I've lived in Tucson for 12 years, and I'll be honest, I still have a crush on this desert city. And part of why I love Tucson is because we do things differently. I want to start with gratitude. Thank you for your work on RTA Next and for taking on something this complex. I know these decisions aren't easy, and I see the effort to address long-term gaps in safety, connectivity, and infrastructure across our city. My work in climate justice takes me all over the country, and my biggest flex is telling people Tucson is fare-free. What Tucson is doing really does matter. I also spend a lot of time in rural Arizona, and I've seen what disconnection really looks like. People who can't get to work, can't get to services, can't even make it to planning and zoning meetings to advocate for their own communities because they simply can't get there. Fare-free transit isn't just about getting from point A to point B, it's about reducing barriers, reducing emissions, and making sure the people most impacted by climate change can actually access solutions. As a veteran, I was trained to lead with mission, not comfort, not ideology, and definitely not privilege. My mom was a veteran who experienced homelessness, and her biggest barrier was transportation. Not effort, not motivation, transportation. It's about access, it's about participation, it's about who gets to show up. So when we talk about the future of transit or ask people to wait, we have to be honest about who that impacts. It's the folks who rely on it the most. That's why it's so important that we continue to center voices that, with lived experience, people who are raising their families here, who reflect communities impacted the most. There is real leadership in those spaces. Indigenous ingenuity is real. Look around us. Our desert is confused. The plants are confused. It's so hot. Let's protect our mobile cooling units, a tangible resource that is up and running and working, and let's keep it free. We are excited. Fuga's excited. We see the movement and we're ready to support progress. And at the same time, we'll continue to hold the conversation accountable because we want a Tucson that works for everyone. So thank you again for your leadership. Let's keep moving forward, pun intended, and keep Tucson Transit fare-free, accessible, and rooted in the people who depend on it most. Because keep it real, we are all here because we all have a crush on this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen. The last name starts with a D, Kathleen. Yeah, I couldn't read it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my name is Kathleen Dubbs, and a proud resident of Ward 1. And in spite of what it says on my shirt, I'm here as a private citizen tonight. So imagine you have a family member whose partner has been abusing her. He, and it's almost always a he, has been ordered to relinquish his firearm. Now imagine that no one has checked to make sure that that gun has been turned in. Your family member is in grave danger. Now imagine that that abuser is ordered to turn in their firearm and a member of law enforcement actually goes to their house and removes the gun. Your loved one is now 5 times safer. As they said, with the gun in the house, you are 5 times more at risk. So I'm sure you're aware of Judge Wendy Million's program, which Betsy has talked about, when that grant is no longer available. But Judge Million has come up with an idea that would allow her not only to continue this life-saving work, but expand it. She suggests that the city and county work together to pay for a full-time firearms coordinator and 2 full-time Emerge Center Against Domestic Violence high-risk advocates. This makes so much sense that I'm sure someone will try to think of reasons why it cannot be done. However, I have noticed a couple of joint meetings between the City Council and the County Board of Supervisors recently, so I know that you are all thinking outside the box. And I think that this is a well-thought-out opportunity to combine your resources and pay the $180,000 it would take to implement this plan. Judge Million's recent op-ed in the paper explains the details, and I'm sure she'd be happy to answer any questions. I would hate to read in my morning paper that a woman has been killed when such a tragedy could have been prevented by implementing this program. I urge you to try to work together to find the funding to save lives.
Thank you, ma'am. Meg Pradelt. Meg Pradelt.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council. Kathy spoke essentially to the same issue that I was going to make. I am a resident of the county, and I have been following local politics for the many years that I've been living here, and have been very encouraged lately to see the city and county governments working more closely together. And I feel, as she did and expressed, that this would be a perfect opportunity to indicate to the community at large that our governments are willing to invest in issues and policies and programs that can save lives community-wide on an issue that affects everyone who lives in Pima County. So, thank you. I also urge you to work with them and see ways to fund the components that Judge Million brought up in her article. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hakima. Hakima.
Hello? Sorry. Hi, my name is Hakim Abdelkader. I'm a junior at the University of Arizona, Ward 5 resident, and I'm also the Environment and Community Care Fellow at the Ward 5 office. And I stand before you today because Sunday, March 15th, we had our first ever community iftar dinner. Y'all, I'm gonna cry through this, okay? So give me a sec. Let me read it real quick. But I'm saying this as an individual before over my title to you, Councilmember Barajas. I thank you very much, and I thank our Ward 5 team, because I'm a young Black Muslim girl, and for 20 years of my life, I've never felt like the majority or the priority. And for the first time ever, I felt seen, and my parents felt seen. And in that space, there was all age ranges from babies, my sister baby, to adolescents, to elders. But being in a government space and being in a space where you're seen and where you're told it's okay to ask for more meant the world, especially having parents who they've only ever checked that box every 4 years. They're not aware of local government. So being extended a genuine grace, I think very much that iftar dinner prompted conversation and promoted conversation. And I think the little girl in me would have wanted that dinner much, much, much sooner. And that dinner reminded me that it is okay to ask for more. I'm my parents' representation. They're refugees. They took refuge 20 plus years ago. And I've never seen them smile like so wholeheartedly. I've never seen my dad like smile that bright. And I think my Ward 5 team, and I think the crazy part about it was our chief of staff and our council member let us take points on it. And it meant the world, because truthfully, I didn't know what my title meant. I only knew the environment part. I only knew that aspect. I didn't know what community, like what I was supposed to do with community care, but it reminded me I'm a Southside baby, and I'll forever be proud to say that I'm a Southside baby. But right then and there, we had a week to plan it, and my community showed up. We showed up, we definitely ate, we got ready, and you going around council member, not just being a council member, but with your title too, with you as an individual, I thank you for that, because they saw you as a human. And I asked of you guys to continue to keep having these conversations, because the art of having a conversation, of being curious about somebody else's values, of somebody else's backgrounds, reminds us that my normalities don't have to be a shadow, that sometimes having the same comfortable conversations that are routine, like, are not always okay. Like, you must step into unfamiliar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hakima. And thank you, Councilmember Barajas, for that beautiful dinner. Judy Boehm? Can you use the tall mic, please?
I made some copies for.
Yeah, someone from the clerk's office will take them from you if you like.
These are, those are a petition, 100 signatures from the Armory. My name is Judy Boehm. I'm here to ask you, our mayor, and the members of the city council to do everything in your power to reinstate Saturdays at the Armory Park Senior Center. This center is so important for the well-being of the 50 and older senior members. It gives us a place of camaraderie, a place to seek advice, a place of many activities. Bingo, music, art class, computers, puzzles, pool, a phone, a workout room, a place to rest, air conditioning. The Armory used to be open 7 days a week, and it was free. Back then, my generation honored those seniors who are now gone but not forgotten. Those seniors were respected and cherished for their wisdom and longevity. The seniors received privileges for being old. They were treated like first-class citizens, not the way I feel I am being treated, like a second-class citizen or like I don't even matter. Is there no longer respect for elders? Now it seems that seniors, the most vulnerable population, are being suppressed. I see you doing so much for other causes. Why not us? I realize that finances are the main issue here, but the Armory can pay for itself and generate income for the city. The ballroom has the biggest wood floor in town. It has been rented out for birthday parties, quinceañeras, graduations, health seminars, anniversaries, and other money-making endeavors. The smaller all-purpose room is also rented out often and generates income. The ballroom dancers appreciate the new beautiful ballroom floor. We waited over a year for the floor after the flood. We put on a grand opening and invited the mayor, all the city council members, and the Parks and Recs elite. Not only did no one show up, but we were informed the same week that Saturdays were being eliminated. We were devastated. We are still devastated. We've had to move to Thursdays. We've tried to make it work, but it's not working. Our dance members have dwindled, and soon we will be forced to disband. That after I have danced at the Armory for 22 years. Ballroom dancing has been going on at the Armory for 50 years. It is not just the dancers that need the Saturdays at the Armory. Many senior members frequent the Armory for activities and relaxation on Saturdays. And the saddest injustice that has incurred from closing Saturdays is losing the Tucson Philharmonic Youth Orchestra. The director, Suzette Baton, has conducted this nationally recognized group for 36 years. This is the first and only Arizona orchestra to present a concert at the historically famed New York Carnegie Hall. They have won many accolades. The youth orchestra has over 90 musicians. They always practice at the Armory on Saturdays. I am here to implore the City Council to reopen the Armory Park Senior Center on Saturdays. We are seniors, we're old, we paid our dues all our long lives. We want to spend our remaining days with as much dignity and respect as we can muster. It's hard to be a senior, many aches and pains, we're wrinkled, we're losing our hair, we're losing our family and friends, we've already lost our Sundays. Please reinstate Saturdays.
Thank you, ma'am. Patrick Yarley. Patrick Barley. Patrick.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Romero, City Council members, all right, and Mr. Tamor. How do you pronounce your name? Tamor? Tamir. Okay. All right, thank you for your time. My friends here, and my fellow petitioners, which we handed in, all right, want you to reconsider your current policy decision to cease funding for the Armory Center's Saturday hours. We're here to call upon you to reverse that decision and to restore those hours, all right? From our perspective, this would be an easy fix for you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. This policy establishment of procedures that you follow for concluding that Armory Center should be closed on Saturday should just be revisited and reversed. Simple as that. Without knowing the exact reason for enacting the closure policy, a good guess would be that at its foundation, it's the Park and Rec budget, all right? Now, we understand that budgeting reasons must be ground zero of your persons as responsible representatives of the city. So may I suggest that you find a new source of funding? I don't know what that actually means in terms of our situation, all right? But this suggestion is and must be based upon incomplete data on my part. There may be prerequisites that preclude the use of those funds, But the general assertion is sound. Find another source of funding for Armory's Saturday hours and this restoration of the other centers that will cut back. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria DeVasto. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Victoria DeVasto.
Hello, Mayor and Council. As you all know, it's about to get extremely hot very soon. It's already hot. It's March and we are looking at 100 degree days. Community on Wheels is serving over 200 people twice a week at a minimum near Santa Rita Park. We are holding meetings and having discussions to plan for this summer and the upcoming heat wave that will be devastating for the unhoused community. I say this to motivate you further because I know conversations are already underway, but please invite homeless outreach and mutual aid leaders to the table as you are talking about the upcoming summer, avoiding heat-related fatalities, as well as general prevention strategies. We need larger solutions, but we also need immediate care. We are all watching as the sidewalks fill with more people. We need different tactics. The cooling centers need to be doubled. Not only the amount of centers themselves, but the capacity within them. We need better quality service on site, alternative models, and realistic care. We can look to recent successes like Star Village. However, these pilots can be much less expensive. We can see results quickly with alternative success metrics and surveys throughout neighborhoods. I have upcoming meetings with Ward 5, Ward 4, Ward 6, and Ward 1. I appreciate this communication greatly. I'd like to meet with both mayor and city manager to dive into this further and very quickly. I would also like to state my support for Alma and the many people affected by faulty systems, including the cycle of realistically temporary but permanent housing. The person referenced needs immediate assistance in the form of medical and mental health outreach support and personal advocacy. I encourage Ward 3 to reach out to Nejla directly to assist with this individual case. Their contact information is on the yellow card. Wow, that was the quickest I've ever been.
Thank you, Victoria. And we've run out of time for call to the audience, but I'm gonna do the next three speakers, Patricia Maish, and then Savannah Laporte. Patricia Maish.
Thank you for letting us speak this evening. I am here I have a personal mandate to try to stop gun violence, as I witnessed 13 attempted murders and 6 murders on January 8th, 2011. And I have some numbers to pass on you. I can't encourage you enough to cooperate with the county and try to stem the tide. It is worth it just in dollars what it cost Pima County. I don't have numbers for the city, but I do have for total Pima County. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men are affected by domestic violence. And it costs $20,000 over the economic lifetime for each one of these people. And the costs include ER plus hospital visits, mental health care, policing in courts, shelters and advocacy service, lost productivity, employer costs, long-term health plans, and to many are never reported. So we get off easy on the money because not everybody reports, if you can call that easy. But it's long-term chronic health cares are huge, child exposure impacts are massive, and housing instability and homelessness costs are rarely included. So I'm happy to leave these numbers with you if you want them. I am an activist for Brady, for Giffords, for Moms Demand Action, for Arizonans for gun safety, and they all would be in favor of your attempting to fund this. And we will be at the county next Tuesday with these same proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much. Savannah Laporte. I'm not sure if it's Laporte or Laporte.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Fentanyl Laporte, and I'm a resident of the city of Tucson. Tonight, I would like to express my concerns regarding data centers in Tucson. I understand that a proposed code amendment for large-scale data centers is underway. I have read the fact sheet and understand that the intention of this amendment is to establish clear standards and guardrails for large data centers that are proposed in the future to ensure that they align with Tucson's values and long-term goals. But myself and the majority of survey respondents to the amendment don't agree with this indication of data centers as inevitable in Tucson. It's not enough to simply establish vague energy, water conservation, noise, and environmental compatibility requirements without explanation of how these will be enforced. What are the consequences for violating the regulations? In regards to the setback standards, 400 feet from residential areas and 200 feet from commercial areas is not far enough a distance considering the great amount of noise pollution and carbon emissions that these data centers will emit. Even more, it is not practical to assume that large-scale data centers that guzzle thousands of gallons of water for cooling a day can be situated in a desert without disastrous effects. Not to mention, the high energy demands of large-scale data centers will no doubt strain our local grids, yet the code amendment doesn't take into account energy when defining a large-scale data center. It defines it as a single facility or multiple on a contiguous site that has an area of 50,000 square feet or more and houses computer systems and telecommunications equipment for data processing and distribution. When large-scale data centers increase their energy demand, the costs are passed on to everyday people. We will see our utility bills rise at the hands of big tech and power companies who will profit. For the good of the city and its people, I urge you to listen carefully to our common voice. We don't want data centers and believe that there is a way to ban them. They should not be accepted and are not inevitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Vanessa Gallego. Vanessa Gallego.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy Bike Month. I want to bring more joy and thanks. First and foremost, I want to echo what I heard earlier about a special community. We really take care of our own. We've heard today about entering the hottest week of the year, the hottest summer of our lives, and I always lead with that because it's really coming and affecting us. So I see that our mayor and council is taking initiatives to protect our community, take care of us. I hear our community doing that. And what I'm not hearing is how they're gonna get there. That's not an issue, right? How are they gonna get to those services? That's not an issue because we have fare free. So while we're implementing all these great strategies, all these great resources, that's there and people are using it. Today I ran into a situation where a woman, it was stealing water from a barber shop, and it wasn't the issue. The barber shop knew the woman. The officer clearly knew the woman. It wasn't the first time. And they were all just saying like, okay, just leave the facility, leave the area. And to me, it was just like, we're taking care of them. The barber shop was like, not the first time, it's not the last. The officer was like, it's okay, just leave. And then I gave her a piece of pizza. And that's what, we do, right? We look for our own, we take care. So as we lead into these hot summer months, thank you community, because what you showed last week is that voting counts and we're securing more funding for transportation, whatever that looks like for our safe streets. But right now, what it looks like to me in making our streets safe is continuing to have those resources, and that to me is fare free, keeping that universal, keeping that accessible so folks can reach the resources that we have and not make another barrier. So with that, gracias comunidad, all of you and all the work that you do, and thank you, Mayor and Council, because this isn't easy, especially in these times where it's hard to celebrate. So thank you for having these spaces. Y adelante.
Thank you, Ms. Gallego. You were the last speaker tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us and caring about speaking with your mayor and council. Item 7.
Consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A, approval of minutes. Item B, intergovernmental agreement, transportation funding agreement amendment with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County and the City of Tucson for design of improvements at First Street, Grant Road to River Road. Item C, intergovernmental agreement for city to provide basic training for the Achin Tribal Police Department's peace officer recruits at the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center in return for the Achin Indian community's payment per recruit, or alternatively, the Achin Tribal Police Department's providing full-time class counselors. Item D, Amendment 4 to intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System for September 30th, 2025 through September 29th, 2026. Item E, intergovernmental agreement with the City of Tucson and the State of Arizona for operation and maintenance of intelligent transportation system facility and freeway management system conduit use. Item F, Pima County Community Land Trust Barrio Kroger Lane, Green Street Impact Fee Subsidy Request. Item G, City of Tucson People, Communities, and Home Investment Plan Funding Recommendations, Home Investment Partnerships, Acquisition, Rehabilitation, and New Construction of Affordable Rental Housing Gap Financing Loans. Item H, Issuance of Industrial Development Revenue Bonds, Series 2026, Senior Dreams Foundation Endeavor Project by the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Tucson, Arizona.
May I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt all the items on the consent agenda.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Council Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santos? Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Alrighty, item 8.
Item 8, rezoning, City Manager's Report, TPENT 1025-00019, Murdock, East Rosewood Street, SR to R1, Ward 2.
City Manager's Communication Number 76, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 4.8 acres located at 9220 East Rosewood Street from SR to R1 for the development of 25-lot residential subdivision. The subject parcel is located at 1,600 feet west of Harrison Road and 1,300 feet south of Speedway Boulevard. Rosewood Street is a local street per the Major Streets and Routes Plan. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and members of the council. I'm Brian Underwood with the Planning Center 2 East Congress, and we are in agreement with the conditions. I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and I'd also like to thank Councilmember Cunningham and the Ward 2 staff for getting involved in the process and helping be a resource for the neighborhood, because as you heard from Mr. Tolis, there was a lot of interest in this project. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I just want to make sure that we have for the record, are you, as the representative of the applicant, agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure on this item? Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor, the developer agreed to reduce some houses. We're not going second story. This was done even with the new middle housing provision, so it was a really good balance with the neighborhood. It's a good infill project. It results in some impact fees. I'm proud to vote for it. So I move we pass and adopt item. I move and we pass and adopt the item.
Second. There is a motion and a second. If there are no further discussions, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty. Item 9.
Rezoning ordinance adoption TPENT 0323-00018, TEP VAIL Substation, S. RITA Road, RH2I2.
City Manager's Communication Number 68, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by the Tucson Electric Power Company on behalf of the property owner, Unisource Energy Corporation, to rezone 125 acres of a 219-acre parcel from RH Rural Homestead Residential to I-1 Light Industrial for the expansion of the existing Tucson Electric Power VAIL 345 kilovolt and 138 kilovolt substations. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? I do not see the applicant or representative of the applicant. Ms. Clerk, I don't know if we have to ask the question about agreement to the proposed requirements. Mr. Attorney?
Thanks, Mayor. So I think the options are you can continue it to a sponte on your own motion, or we can give the applicant a few moments to respond.
Okay, I don't know if the applicant is here. Should we continue? Yeah. Yeah, I would suggest, Mr. Attorney, that we continue this item. Okay.
That would be appropriate, Your Honor.
Okay. So we're going to continue item 9, Ms. Clerk, for just note for the record. And then we're moving on to item 10.
Would you like to, can we postpone to a date certain?
To the next meeting would be
April
appropriate.
7th? Alrighty, so let's
With no objection?
postpone to April 7th.
Okay, great. Item 10, notice of intent, initiation of environmental services rate revision process and proposal of fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2030 ES rate schedule.
City Manager's Communication Number 81, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24089 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24089 relating to environmental services, approving the publication of a notice of intent to increase fiscal year 2027 through fiscal year 2030 environmental service rates and fees, and scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24089.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Your Honor,
Resolution 24089 passes by a vote of 7-0. Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor, just really quick on this one specifically. One, I thought the director did a really good job with this presentation this afternoon, but the other thing is that I've gotten so many compliments this week about some of our environmental services staff, and I think that reputation is why we're not having a lot of community feedback here, and I thought I'd mention that.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember. Item 11.
Item 11, notice of intent, initiation of rate and fee revision process, proposal of rates and fees charged by the Department of Transportation and Mobility.
I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24085.
Second.
I need to read the title.
Oh, sorry.
City Manager's Communication Number 77, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24085 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24085 relating to transportation, adopting the notice of intent to increase and revise the Department of Transportation and Mobility's fees, directing staff regarding notice to the public of proposed fees revisions and additions, scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24085.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24085 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 12.
Item 12, notice of intent, initiation of planning and development services fee revision process and fee proposal for fees charged by the Planning and Development Services Department, including amendments to Chapter 16 and Chapter 26.
City Manager's Communication Number 82, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24090 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24090, relating to planning and development services, approving the publication of notice of intent to increase rates and fees, scheduling a public hearing, amending Tucson Code Chapter 16 and Chapter 26 to remove fees, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Hi, Mayor. I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24090.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24090 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Item 13, notice of intent, initiation of water rate revision process and proposal of fiscal year 2027 through fiscal year 30. Water rate and fee schedules.
Now I was the one that jumped in. City Manager's Communication Number 79, dated March 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24087 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24087, relating to water, approving the publication of a notice of intention to increase water rates and fees for fiscal year 2027 through 2030, scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24087.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24087 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 14.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your week.